about our future. And
She's
the
gone
vision
like she's gone like now. Yeah.
of a great Ghana,
Go to
and not just a great Ghana, a great and transformed Africa. And Ghana has positioned itself as a gateway to the African continent. Bear in mind, there's no better investment destination in the world today than the African continent. And Ghana will take advantage of that. So we really will be the door into the continent. Africa is resource rich. Has almost every mineral resource like the Africa is also well positioned to be a carbon sink for climate change and all the human issues. Africa has a numbers, and by 2050, every fourth person in this world will be from Africa. By 2100, the year 2100, every third person in this world will be from Africa. So if you are thinking of making it here, you are thinking of doing business. You have absolutely no business not doing that, because that's what it's doing. That's what it's doing. But just like Ghana, 60% of the remaining arable land left in the world today is in Africa. 60% of Ghana's land is in Africa. Now, the population side that I mentioned, 1.4 billion, it says that Africa today has the youngest population with about 60% of the population less than 8%. Now, that can only mean two things. Commercial and consumer market waiting to happen, and also the world's supply of significant human capital. And that's very important. But I'm talking about the last two opportunities. We are optimistic as a country, and I dare say, and I have the permission of the Ministry of Finance to say, because it can pass. 3 years preceding the COVID pandemic, Ghana is selected to grow at an average rate of 7% per annum. It's one of the fastest growth rates in the world. Even the average of the pandemic, which battled almost every economy anywhere.
Yeah, this is
Ghana was one of the very few countries that we didn't go as projected, but we did not go into it. We did not go into recession. How do you so? It's something we should not take for granted. By 2021, we had gained some recovery. And we saw our economy go back into growth mode at 5.1%, 5.2% in the year 2021. And then, of course, the world was set upside down again with the conflicts that happened in Russia and Ukraine. Severe disruption of global supply chains, severe disruption of external trade. And suddenly, Ghana found itself on its feet against the world again. But even then, we haven't relented. To get back to the pre-COVID days, we did, of course, sign up with the IMF for a program, which I dare say today is giving positive results. Why do I say so? First quarter of this year, against all odds and against all projections, both by the World Bank and IMF, our economies grew by 4.7%, against what was expected. The last quarter of last year, it grew by 2.8%. Last year, the whole of last year, the expectation
Or
that
2000.
So that demonstrates the optimism that we have, that when we put our shoulders to the wheel, we work together, we can do and do much better and achieve our goals. So those are the 3 goals. And I want you to keep it to your mind. Anytime somebody asks you about Ghana, just tell the person, all I know is 3 goals. But I did say the 3 goals are now
the screen. Yeah. The
The first one being investment.
But this one,
For us to be able to achieve the goal
the
that we
focus
want,
on
we need
that one.
investment. We need to work together. We need to talk to our investors. We engage. We are open country. But we need to also engage our diaspora because, like I said, we are extremely powerful. And then the second act is the power of innovation. For most of you who are here, We are looking
Is
for
there a way they
innovation
can
that
turn
will solve
the
the
light
unique
on
problems
that
of Africa
Yeah,
and
leave
bring
it.
out results that nobody else can do.
Okay.
And I guess it today, even in the technology
Paul.
field, in the digitalization field,
Oh,
Africa is
small,
making
small.
headways, headways, and they are making waves.
Oh,
If I tell you Ghana,
oh,
and I'm sure once again the Minister of Finance will have the numbers, I'm told that
no,
in the year
they come with
2022,
small hard drive.
total transactions on our mobile phone top of trillion cities. About 150% of it. I was in the US and I was telling somebody that, oh, I got it on my mobile phone. That's not what's that. They don't even have that.
Nah.
So we have made some breakthroughs.
It's okay. I mean, you,
That narration of Africa being the dark.
sorry, it's not working.
And we push you together.
No, it's not. I've extended it. Oh,
Never in your mind say that because you
it's enough. Yeah.
wherever you go, Ghana is in. And you are in Ghana. So I'd like to thank you all for coming. I'm sure you are asking what the last eye is. I was hoping that somebody else knows. What's the last eye? In fact, we are all here today because we all need to make an impact. The opportunity is there. Indications from UNCTAD say that African risk, as against all perceptions and all the images, is much less than risk in Asia and risk in Latin America. So we can actually invest in Africa. You will make money.
Yeah.
I am not saying we are heaven yet, but we certainly are not there.
Oh.
The opportunity is there. You've got to take it. You've got to take that step. And I want to assure you,
Sorry.
there are many from the diaspora who are invested in Ghana. And they are making changes.
This one?
They are the real story of changing the narrative of the country. So I would like to say a warm welcome to you. We're going to have some very interesting conversations. We have quite a number of people here. We have testimonies of those who are really people companies from Europe that have been Ghana for over 100 years. One of these things. So don't sit here and think that it will happen. And I invite all of you to partner with us. And the GIPC will welcome all those who want to just created diaspora desk. So even as you go around the world showcasing Ghana, you talk to the diaspora, you embrace the diaspora, because they are important part of our development. So let the hostilities begin, as they say in boxing. Let's all embrace ourselves, and I will break protocol and ask you to all stand up for 30 seconds and say hello to somebody next to you that you don't know. Because like I said, we are going to do this together. And on that note, I yield the mic to the MC.
Mr. A.P. God, I told you that the gift of the God. Say hello to the business cards. Last 20 seconds, last 20 seconds. Your network is your network.
I don't think so. But you're gonna come back.
Last 10 seconds, last 10 seconds. Get that business card, say hello, introduce your business. I'm seeing people with branded t-shirts, with sashes. If you don't know, LinkedIn has a biometric code, QR code that you can just snap it and put instant friends. No visa required. No visa required. Put up an e-passport. Last 5 seconds. And then we're going to have our keynote address. Okay, start to wrap up the conversations. Start to take your seats so we can get you to a tea break quickly. Before we go on to our keynote, I just want to, if I can have Linda, Rayo, and Paul Akwaboah, you can stand and wave at me. Paul and Linda. If everyone can just look back, and everyone can sit down, and the only 2 people who are standing are Paul and Linda. Just want to say, so Paul and Linda have been organizing, I see the politicians are still speaking. It's all the politicians. They talk for a living. If I can have quietness, security guards, I'm going to start calling out names. Please, if I could just have your attention, Paul and Linda behind, they are the organizers of today's event. And honestly, they often do this out of the goodness of their own hearts because they've been doing many forms of Ghana Opportunities Investment Summit. They're organized behind that, co-organized behind that, and they're the organizers today to get you here today. So please, a round of applause for the great Paul Akwaboah and Linda Rayo. Thank you so much. Some people woke up at 4 a.m. this morning to make this happen. So sleep wasn't stressing. And we thank God. Our next speaker, before I actually introduce our next speaker, I just want to just highlight one key stat that you'll research. Over $4 billion was sent from Ghanaians abroad to Ghana. That's billion with a B, I can do alphabets. Can you imagine if that money could be funneled to actually not just give, a Game Boy, or now it's a Nintendo Wii, or pay school fees? Actually, you're actually building and investing in the school to expand, to support even more children in the area. Whoever can solve this issue, first class ticket to heaven. As you said, we're not heaven, we're not hell, we're purgatory. That's all we are. So we're going to, whoever answers that question, go straight to heaven. These are all included, indefinite leave to remain, passport stamp, loose. Yeah? So please do, just think about the opportunity. We can also be the answer to our own problems in collaboration with international brothers and sisters. Okay. Our next speaker is an accomplished uncle. We're back in family. Meet the family. And we all have that uncle that sets the bar. We're the one that just achieves, and they're tired and achieve some more. Well, this person is that person. He's the most senior Ghanaian diplomat in the UK and Ireland, and a man that's held a number of senior ministerial posts. I'm talking about the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. I'm talking about the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. I'm talking about the Minister of the Interior. I'm talking about the Minister of Trade. I'm like, where does this man sit? Continue, the Minister of Education, Science and Sports. And now he is our Excellency. Please, a round of applause, His Excellency, Papa Owusu Nkrumah. So much love, so much accomplishment. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Members of Parliament, Chair of GIPC, Chief Executive of GIPC, heads of state institutions in Ghana, Excellencies, present and past, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here today at the UK Ghana Business Forum. And I bring you greetings from His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who would have wished to be with us this morning, but unfortunately had to leave for Ghana yesterday due to some emergency. On his behalf, I extend my gratitude to the AIR Group and our strategic partners for organizing this important event, which highlights the long-standing and robust relationship between Ghana and the United Kingdom. Since 2005, Ghana and the United Kingdom have shared a close bond, strengthened by over the centuries by historical events like the actions of late Majesty the Queen in 1961 and 1999, and by Nkrumah's pivotal role in the Congo. Today, Ghana shines as a beacon of political stability and economic progress. Our strategic location, favorable business environment, and abundant natural resources make Ghana an attractive destination for business and investment. Despite recent challenges, Ghana has shown remarkable economic resilience, achieving faster growth in recent quarters than projected by the IMF. At a recent IMF Joint Press Conference, on the outcome of the second review of the IMF-supported post-COVID-19 Program for Economic Growth, PCEG, the Ministry of Finance highlighted that effective fiscal consolidation, revenue mobilization, expenditure rationalization, tight monetary policy, and structural reforms have led to relative macroeconomic stability and economic recovery in Ghana. It was noted that GDP growth exceeded expectations, reaching 2.9% at the end of 2023, surpassing both the original target of 1.5% and the revised target of 2.3%. The Minister of Finance, I'm sure, will give us more details on the state of our economy, and you will then know that Ghana is on the right trajectory. Foreign direct investment remains a crucial driver in our quest to regain our position as one of Africa's fastest growing economies. In this light, the UK Ghana Business Forum serves as a unique platform for dialogue and collaboration between Ghanaian industrial leaders and the global investor community, facilitating the identification of viable investment opportunities. With a thriving retail market expected to grow from $24 billion to $35 billion, Ghana's economy is diverse, excelling in gold, cocoa, and oil, and expanding in manufacturing and services. The country has a skilled workforce, with high literacy rates and continuous reforms to enhance trade facilitation, including an official trade facilitation inquiry point, making it an attractive destination for UK investors seeking opportunities in a dynamic and growing market. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana boasts an expanding stock market, well-developed financial and legal services, and comparatively advanced infrastructure. Our skilled and capable labor force is ready to meet the demands of modern industry. Moreover, the UK's development objectives in Ghana are closely aligned with our own goals of economic diversification, high-quality health and education services, climate resilience, and democratic strengthening. There is no gainsaying that the collaboration between Ghana and UK businesses is mutually beneficial. For UK businesses, investing in Ghana provides access to a growing market with significant opportunities across various sectors, such as agriculture, energy, technology, and manufacturing. This expansion helps UK businesses diversify their markets, mitigate risks, and tap into new revenue. For Ghana, collaboration brings in much needed capital, technology, and expertise that can drive economic development and innovation. The infusion of UK investment has spurred job creation, enhanced productivity, and improved infrastructure. This symbiotic relationship does not only strengthen economic ties, but also promotes cultural exchange and shared knowledge, contributing to the overall development of both Ghana and the UK. It is also significant to note that UK's and Ghana's development objectives are closely aligned with the International Development Strategy, the Integrated Review, and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Ghana-UK Jobs and Economic Transformation JET program exemplifies this alignment. The JET program aims to position Ghana as a premier investment destination in West Africa. Focus on automotive, pharmaceuticals, and garments and textiles. It leverages partnerships with UK investors and the British International Investment, BII. These efforts resonate with global Britain objectives, emphasizing trade and economic prosperity, while also supporting the UK-Ghana Chamber in broader sustainable development and trade goals, including collaborative investment initiatives with China. Other key programs in Ghana include Partnerships Beyond Aid, PBA, and Leave No One Behind, LNOB. These initiatives focus on policy reform, strengthening government systems, advocating for the extreme poor and disabled, economic diversification, and job creation. Centrally managed programs also play a significant role, including the Global Fund for HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria, the Ghana Education Outcome Project, the Blue Planet Fund, and Partnership for Forests. These initiatives aim to improve health outcomes, enhance education quality, promote environmental sustainability, and foster economic growth. Data from the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, reveals some interesting trends in UK investment in Ghana between 1994 and 2023. The data showcases a clear focus on Ghana's industrial development and infrastructure. The manufacturing sector stands out as the biggest recipient of UK's investment, attracting over $5.1 billion. This highlights a strong British interest in bolstering Ghana's production capabilities. Additionally, significant investments have been directed towards mining, about $406 million, and building and construction, $273 million, indicating that the UK recognizes Ghana's potential in resource extraction and infrastructure development. While the services sector has the highest number of projects, 207, the total foreign direct investment amount is considerably lower compared to manufacturing or mining. This could suggest a preference for larger investments in core industrial sectors or a focus on smaller scale service ventures. Furthermore, the data presents a promising opportunity for growth in the agriculture and tourism sectors, with FDI currently at under 30 million and under 9 million respectively. This indicates significant untapped potential. By addressing perceived risks and increasing awareness of the abundant opportunities in these sectors, we can attract more investment and drive substantial economic development. The recently launched UK-Ghana Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy sets clear objectives to enhance partnership quality and leverage ongoing initiatives, such as the digital transformation agenda of the Vice President, who is also the ruling party's candidate for the December election. This strategic alignment marks a significant milestone in our bilateral relations, laying the foundation for a collaborative framework built on mutual respect, transparency, and shared knowledge. The Vice President has consistently emphasized a vision for a digital and cashless economy. He has been at the forefront of our nation's digital transformation with the adoption of the National Identification Card, Ghana Card, the Digital Address System, Ghana Post, GPS, and the Mobile Money Interoperability Platform. Further, initiatives such as the Universal QR Code Payment System, Ghana QR, the ECG Power App, ECG Power, the Paperless Port System, PPS, and the e-services portal have significantly modernized various sectors of the Ghanaian economy. The Vice President hopes to repeal the e-levy tax to further encourage the use of digital payment systems to promote a cashless society. This strategy aims to modernize the economy through technological advancements and digitalization, making transactions easier and more efficient for both businesses and citizens. He hopes you will have the opportunity to better serve the people of Ghana in the highest office of the land. As we embark on this journey together, we envision a future characterized by broader, more coordinated, and impactful cooperation in science, technology, research, and innovation. The UK-Ghana Business Forum serves as a testament to our two countries' shared commitment to fostering economic growth and development. Let us seize this opportunity to strengthen our partnership and work towards prosperous future for Ghana and the United Kingdom. We are counting on the Ghanaian diaspora in the UK to play a greater role in this regard. Thank you. God bless Ghana and God bless the United Kingdom.
His Excellency.
Brought us on our knees. We have to stand heavily. Because we have to say
Okay, yeah.
Our president, Nana Addo Dankwa, if you recall, made a statement that, and I quote, we know how to bring the economy back, but we do not know how to bring lives back. Now, people ask me, anytime I say this, how about Cote d'Ivoire? Like Cote d'Ivoire was also affected by COVID, and yet they did not know. Ghana, like Cote d'Ivoire, has no monetary policy. Relies on the monetary policy of France. The greatest exposure of La Cote d'Ivoire, as far as investments are concerned, is also France. Look at Ghana. We have a monetary policy built on a flexible exchange rate. And our exposure, being a liberal economy, is to the whole world and not just one country. So we have investors from the UK, investors from the USA, investors from Germany, investors from China, etc., etc., etc. But we all recall that during COVID, and of course compounded by Russia, Ukraine, advanced economies increased their rates to contain inflation. And by increasing their rates, their instruments became more attractive. So investors from all over the world who had invested in Ghana largely found other attractive markets. And we suffered significant reversals. As a result of this, our city suffered greatly. As a result of the spending on COVID, about 21 billion Ghana cedis. We didn't have the money. We had to borrow and borrow to the extent that our fiscal deficit was around 13% of GDP. And so even though we saved lives, it was at a great fiscal cost to the economy. So faced with these challenges, we had to reset our economy. We had to go to the IMF for a fund-supported program. And let me say, when we talk about IMF program, it is our program. It is a program developed by Ghana, what we call PCPEG, Post-COVID-19 Program for Economic Growth. And the IMF is providing financial support. And so these are things we have to do ourselves. And this is why I keep saying that. So if we don't have somebody holding the stick over our head, it means we can't do things by ourselves. And this is why we all must work together to ensure that beyond IMF, we sustain the efforts. We take ownership of our economy. The discipline that we need to be able to abide by that so that we can grow our economy in line with our president's vision of Ghana beyond aid. And we can do this. So since joining the IMF, things have changed. And I said yesterday that it is not easy to join an IMF program and pass the test of the program. Because we know our recent history as a country. When we went through an IMF program and failed the test, the most recent being 2016. But since we started implementing the program, we met all the prior conditions, the program approved by the board, led to a release of $600 million to Ghana. We did our first review. The IMF released $600 million to Ghana. We are now going through the second review. By 28th June, the IMF board will meet over Ghana for our second review. And I can tell you, with all the indications, with all the work we have done in Ghana, we have met all the tests and we are going to pass the test, and the IMF will release another $360 million to Ghana by the 1st of July. What it means is that all the policies that we have to implement, we are implementing these policies, and the results are positive. Being an investor forum, I want to assure you that our economy is returning to stability. And what you need as investors is macro stability. For example, inflation is trending downwards, coming down from 54% by the end of 2022. 54% inflation by the end of 2022. Today, in 14 months, we have more than half inflation to 23%. 23% is still high, and we are determined to drive it down further. We hope to end the year with an inflation rate of 15%, which is doable. If in 14 months inflation came down from 54% to 23%, as of the end of May, nothing will surprise me if we are able to meet our end 2024 year target of 15%. And we are determined by next year, 2025, to bring inflation further down to the single digit of 8%, as we had before COVID struck us. Secondly, our fiscals have improved significantly. The government that suspended the application of the fiscal responsibility law because we had to spend on COVID, leading to a 13% fiscal deficit. Today, we see a complete difference. Huge fiscal effort on the part of the Ghanaian people. Huge sacrifices on the part of the Ghanaian people. And therefore, primary surplus, which is the anchor of our fiscal policy, which stood at 4.3% deficit, primary balance deficit of 4.3%, by the end of 2022, by the end of 2023, we brought it down to 0.3% surplus. This is a huge effort. And this year, we are determined to bring it further to 0.5 because of the extra spending we had to do, last year. And this year, we are determined to bring it to 0.5% surplus from 0.3%. Next year, we hope to achieve 1.5% surplus. So these are huge fiscal efforts we are making to restore the economy to stability. Debt accumulation. We are determined to bring our debt levels down, because one of the measures we had to implement was a debt restructuring program, seeking to restructure our debts with our official creditors, with our Euro bond holders, but even more with our domestic bond holders. And this was intended to bring our debts to sustainable levels. I told you, we borrowed and borrowed because we didn't have money to spend on COVID. And we also lost revenue as a result of the lockdown. Therefore, to bring debt levels down, again, will require huge efforts on government spending. And I'm happy to report that we are achieving successes in this respect, bringing our debt accumulation from over 84% to 74% by the end of 2022 and to 71% of GDP by the end of 2023. And we are determined to bring it further down to 55% of GDP by the end of 2028. Exchange rate. And this I know is of interest to many Ghanaians. I'll talk about the cedi to the dollar. Our exchange rate has been relatively stable, except over the last 2 months that we have seen accelerated depreciation. And I'll give you the data. The depreciation of the cedi by end 2022 was about 53%. 53% depreciation, because we suffered significant reversals and our cedi became weaker. 53%. By end 2023, we managed to stabilize the cedi to the extent that the entire 2023 recorded a depreciation of just 21.7%, coming down a year before of 53% depreciation. As I speak to you, year to date, the cedi has depreciated by 17%. And we understand why the cedi has depreciated by this much. Because market observers here know that the dollar has become stronger. The whole world is faced with a stronger dollar. And we are not isolated from this. Secondly, we see high cedi liquidity on our market because we've had to pay contractors so much. For example, year to date, we've already spent in total about 49 billion Ghana cedis. Same time last year, we did just about 39 billion. And so we've put more money into the economy, as a result of which cedi liquidity has increased. Now, the only source of financing our budget, apart from revenue, is treasury bills, because we don't have the capital market as a result of our debt suspension. And so apart from T-bills, people find convenience in investing in the dollar, in Forex. That has also affected us. But even more significant is the very IMF program we are implementing, because we have found defects in the design of the program. What am I talking about, ladies and gentlemen? So the IMF program imposes a limit on what we call the intervention budget. The Bank of Ghana, the central banks of every country intervene when your currency is weakening. And so whilst the central bank has targets in terms of the reserve build-up, there are also limits on how they can intervene. And so as I speak to you, the Central Bank of Ghana, the Bank of Ghana, has exceeded its reserve accumulation target, but they cannot put more than 80 million US dollars monthly onto the market for intervention. So you have reserves, yet you cannot put it on the market, and your cedi is suffering. That is another problem we are faced with. But the good news is that we are negotiating with the IMF, and soon we will get some way out to allow us to increase budget intervention so that we can strengthen the cedi. But also speculative activities are rife on our market, particularly the Forex Bureau market. Because I do not understand why the spread between the bank rate and the Forex Bureau rate is so wide. Something really is happening on the Forex Bureau market. And the Bank of Ghana, working with the security agencies, have begun some activity on the Forex Bureau market in order for us to crash the operations that are fueling the fall of the cedi. Ladies and gentlemen, growth. I have said recently that the rebound in our economy has been unprecedented. Very unprecedented. Because when you are implementing a fiscal consolidation program, as we are doing, and at the same time, you are implementing a debt restructuring program, Your economy cannot grow more than 1%. You are doing fiscal consolidation, growth suffers. You are doing debt restructuring, investments are not coming in. The history of many countries that have gone through this show that you cannot grow more than 1%. And this was why the IMF and Ghana agreed that we could only grow at 1.5% last year. But as we were told by earlier speakers, we defied the odds. We grew at 2.9%. We almost doubled the target for the year. And this year is even more surprising. First quarter, as we were told, 4.7% growth against a target of 3.1%. And this growth, really, since 2020, the first quarter of every year, we've not grown by 4.7% except this quarter. And this growth, particularly, was fueled by industry. In the past, the growth we recorded were from services, led by services. This time round, it is led by industry. That tells me that the economic uptake, the economy is beginning to show resilience. Growth is showing that manufacturing is coming back, because manufacturing also has come from a negative to a positive 2% in the first quarter. And when manufacturing is becoming positive, jobs will be created, more goods will come to the market, etc., etc. And so the rebound is really strong. The economy is coming around. And you have to be part of this turn around in our economy, particularly in fueling the growth of the economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, the macro stability of our economy, as is important for you as investors, is equally important to us as a government. And this is why we have put in all these efforts, and we are going to further work on this to ensure that the stability is not just stability, but it's at levels that will incentivize investment, that will incentivize growth, and that in the end will bring the much needed development our people need from their government. But there have been significant developments lately on our economy. Number one, I already talked about our IMF program, for which we are about going through a second review to pave way for the disbursement of $360 million. And that will bring to total 1.5 billion United States dollars the IMF would have disbursed to Ghana since we started the program last year. Another significant development is on the IPP side. I know some of my colleagues in Parliament are very interested in this matter. Jaja, we've been debating a lot about the negotiations that have lasted for about 6 years. I'm happy to report that last week I closed the negotiations on the IPP. We've closed it. We have restructured the arrears of the independent power producers in Ghana, particularly the 4 major independent power producers in Ghana. That has brought us some significant haircut or discount, and that now allows us to spread the balance over 5 years or above. And so I can assure you, investors, that the problem that is facing Ghana's energy sector, we are about having control over it. ECG MD is here, and he will confirm that we will stop interruptions in power supply in order to provide reliable power so that industry can thrive, so we can support the growth efforts of our economy. Another significant development. 2 weeks ago, Ghana reached an agreement on the Memorandum of Understanding with our official bilateral creditors, seeking to restructure $5.1 billion that we owe to them. The agreement was significant in many ways. Because part of the relief Ghana gets is that we will not service our debts to our official creditors. Debts due from 2023 to 2026 have been postponed to be paid after 16, 17 years. And in addition to this, we are getting a flow relief, what we call flow relief, of about 2.8 billion United States dollars. That is savings. $2.8 billion we would have paid between 2023 and 2026, which we will not pay until after 2026 and 16, 17 years later. And we will pay this at reduced interest. At very, very reduced interest, turning all those into concessional facilities somehow. Yet this morning, again, Ghana and our Eurobond holders announced a breakthrough in our negotiations. We've reached an agreement with our Eurobond holders to restructure 13 billion US dollars. The agreement is also significant for Ghana because it gives Ghana a debt cancellation of $4.7 billion. Our Eurobond holders are canceling $4.7 billion US dollars that we owe them. And in addition to this, we are making savings on the flow. What we would have paid between now and between 2023 and 2026, we have made extra savings of 4.4 billion United States dollars in debt service. So the net effect of the negotiations, the agreement we have just reached with our Eurobond holders, is so significant for our economy. It brings us so much relief. And I want to use this opportunity to thank our Eurobond holders for the concessions they've made to Ghana. They have demonstrated that they are partners in Ghana's development. When the economy is good, it brings them good returns. If it is bad for them. And so we have worked together, and that is the spirit with which Ghana has been dealing with our partners, either as development partners or as private creditors. That is the spirit. And it is with this understanding I'm inviting you also as investors. Ghana is ready for you. The economy is turning around. Macro stability is being restored. These agreements we have reached with our official creditors and the Eurobond holders also demonstrate the confidence the market has in Ghana. And therefore, do not depart from your plans and your decisions to invest more in Ghana. Let's build it together and share the returns fairly in a way that will inure to the benefits of both parties. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I've taken too much time, and I want to conclude at this stage. Once you have macro stability, growth is the next thing you must focus on. And as I indicated earlier, we have been intentional about growth because we knew we were implementing fiscal consolidation program. Therefore, we have a new growth strategy which focuses on three main pillars: foreign direct investments, private-public partnership, PPPs, and then SME growth. These are the pillars of our new growth strategy. So we still want foreign direct investment. And this is why this meeting is so important. And I've laid the foundation for you to continue to believe in Ghana and to bring your investment resources to Ghana. But in addition to this, public infrastructure spending has been too high. And we think that the time has come for the private sector to participate in public infrastructure development. roads, railway lines, aviation facilities, etc., etc. And so my ministry has decided to establish PPP units in all ministries and departments and agencies of government. So that if you have 100 MDAs, then you have 100 contact points for the purpose of soliciting proposals from the private sector and evaluating those proposals. At the moment, there is only one unit, PPP, within the Ministry of Finance. And you can understand the delays in evaluating PPP proposals. We are changing it such that every ministry, department, agency will have a PPP unit. So you have multiple contact points with the private sector. And once the MDAs have evaluated proposals, the Ministry of Finance will just be interested in whether the proposed project will have fiscal impact. If it doesn't have fiscal impact, we're going to pass it for the PPP project to be implemented. This, we think, will fast-track our relationship with the private sector as far as PPPs are concerned, so that we can offload a significant portion of our public infrastructure spending to the private sector in order for us to grow the economy faster. SMEs, a lot of you who invest in Ghana are also into SMEs. And the data shows that SMEs dominate our market. And so recently, I've been describing our economy as an SME-led economy. Because that's what the facts say. 92% of all registered companies in Ghana are SMEs. 80% of the jobs created in Ghana are from SMEs. And SMEs contribute 70% of our growth, our GDP. So any government that is serious about growing the economy cannot take your eyes off SMEs and the contributions SMEs make to the economy. And so we are becoming intentional about focusing on SMEs. And therefore, on July 16th, His Excellency the President will launch a new ambitious SME program in Ghana that will seek to provide more resources to SMEs, more training and capacity building to SMEs, so that they can lead the growth of our economy. And we are determined to do this in order to grow the economy faster. But to do all this requires that the ease of doing business in Ghana is improved. Mr. Yofi Grant is always on my neck. How can we improve on the ease of doing business? Your GRA, he tells me, Ghana Revenue Authority, is giving me problems. So we are sensitive to this, and we are working to embark on a tax reform. His Excellency the President has asked me to lead a tax reform program in Ghana. And we are going to bring about tax reforms that will take away the several laws that we have and rather harmonize, so that we can simplify the laws, we can simplify the tax systems. But in doing this also, the port of Ghana, the main entry point of Ghana, has become problematic, and investors tell us. We want to resolve it. And so I have announced, and we are working on it, that we will have a one-stop shop point at the Tema port, so that you don't have to go to the Standards Authority for clearance, and then you go to Food and Drugs Authority for clearance, and then you go to Customs for clearance. We want to end it so we can have a one-stop shop solution where you can go and get all the clearance at a go. We are further digitalizing our tax system, so that, for example, we begin to have faceless assessment, tax assessment. Just as we want to make it easier for you, we also know the risk of having face-to-face assessment because of the exercise of discretion by tax authorities. And so the ease of doing business is serious. We are working at it. Recently, we had a meeting with all the regulators in Ghana to sensitize them, why we should remove the bureaucracies, why we should bring efficiency to bear on their work, why we should reform the regulations, why we should make the environment enabling so that business people find it easy to do business and to pay their taxes. And so we have the revenue that we need so we can finance our budget. We can bring the development that our people need. On this note, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. You know, I've been at master ceremonies for over a decade, and often when I do investment events, I always get scared when I give the microphone to a finance person. The reason why is because often, you know, numbers are not always attractive, you know, but my minister told a story. He said, listen, I'm gonna give you an action-packed thriller about Ghana's economy, and he delivered. And also, when you give up politics, I think podcasting and voiceover work is for you. You've got a great voice. A great voice. I'm kind of jealous. I love it. We're going to go to our first panel discussion. It's going to be on the topic of manufacturing, accelerating the future of Ghana's manufacturing industry. And our moderator is a man who is a commercial lawyer with over 35 years of experience, and has also received an NBE for his service to UK trade, particularly focused on Africa. So you're in very, very safe hands. Please welcome to the stage founder and CEO of Polymetrics Professional Solutions Limited, Andrew Skipper. I love the sound effects. And joining him on the panel, we have Mr. Yofi Grant. We have CEO of Electricity Company of Ghana, Samuel Dubik Mahama Esquire, and co-founder and CEO of Wahoo Mobility, Valerie Labi. Please join me on stage. Do you have microphones for them?
Are we passing the mic? Will be okay. We'll do our best. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm looking forward to this discussion. We've had some good political outlines for where we are in Ghana and Africa today. Those of you who know me know I love Ghana and I love Africa. And you will also know that I'm hoping for an optimistic but realistic discussion today around manufacturing in Ghana. I'm hoping as well, the wedding was mentioned earlier. The last Ghanaian wedding I went to went on for about 12 hours. It was enormously good fun, but I'm hoping that this will be slightly less lengthy and a little more to the point. So with that, I wanted to, first of all, I've been around Africa a lot recently, and I wanted to give an outline of some of the background to where I see this and some maybe context to the political discussions we had earlier. Firstly, it is true that the economic and geopolitical climate is very, very difficult and has led to very major shocks. This means that things are difficult, but you can't expect charity, and it means that attracting investment is incredibly challenging globally, and only the best projects in the best markets are going to win. So it's a highly competitive market, and we all have to step up to the plate to make sure we match that competition, and I think not only look for FDI, but also local capital is going to be much more important across Africa, and I was listening to Adesina recently confirming that. Secondly, the President of Ghana has repeatedly focused on adding value in Africa for Africa. And I'm hoping we can discuss that a bit today. But that can only be achieved with increased industrialization and a full modern supply chain across the whole of Africa, underpinned by infrastructure and power, which we heard about. Everything's going to be fine, I heard about in the last speech, so that's good. But the man who runs the power for you can come and tell us all that in a minute. And we haven't heard much about it today, but education is absolutely key. We've heard in past years about the One District, One Factory program. Interested to hear more about that, because that's fundamental to developing manufacture. Climate, haven't heard a lot about climate today, but we've got our excellent representative of the cocoa market here. And obviously the climate issues are very substantial, and the tensions between power generation, transition, and climate. We've got a representative of the power here, and we've got a representative of the e-cars, vehicle, e-mobility. So it's fantastic to hear that. And finally, of course, we've got the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which I'm hoping we can talk about a bit as well. But, as was emphasized, you can only do business where there's, I'm a lawyer, they've got a couple of lawyers on this panel, I know, where there's certainty. And you've got to have certainty in government, and we know there's elections coming up, we've heard about that, also in currency. We need rule of law, and we need much more ease of doing business. Ghana has some reputation, I think, for a little bit of complexity still, and I'm hoping to hear that. So that's some of the context. And now I want to introduce, in a little more detail, apart from Yofi, who everybody knows Yofi, and he's already spoken, and he's already been introduced, but I wanted to introduce what is actually a fantastically complementary panel with law, business, government, utilities. So we should be able to, between us, answer all your questions. So firstly, Valerie Labi, co-founder and CEO of Wahoo Mobility. Valerie's a visionary and accomplished serial impact entrepreneur. Impact is a word we want to hear a lot more of nowadays. Dedicated to levering social enterprises to advance the UN SDGs. She's co-founder of Wahoo Mobility, Africa's pioneering electrical vehicle manufacturing zone, launched in Accra last year in February. She's at the forefront of creating an ecosystem for e-mobility solutions on the continent, and leading with innovation and a clear purpose. Her vision has led to the creation of a space where connected electric vehicles can be designed, localized, manufactured at scale, and affordably distributed across Africa. The company's Fleet as a Service digital platform provides a holistic experience for EV owners, offering subscription-based ownership plans, income-generating opportunities, and carbon-backed loyalty programs and customized EV insurance. So what could be better than that? There's a lot more to say, but I'm sure we will be told it in due course. Finally, Samuel Dubik Mahama is both CEO of the Electricity Company of Ghana, and therefore he's the one who makes things work. He's also a lawyer. He's the one which, and as I'm a lawyer as well, I won't say how people normally talk about lawyers. But he's a partner at Dubik & Associates law firm, and has 12 years of experience working in executive roles, been in Ghana's business industry for 2 decades, and was at GIPC as head of monitoring and evaluation. In his business life, he's focused mainly on the energy sector, where he's been on numerous American boards, and based, as well as El Suwaidi Electricals, which is, as you will know, a massive organization based in Cairo. So, what a great panel. That's a bit of the context. I wanted to put it in context because I've heard a lot of discussions around in the last few years, and manufacturing is the driver of this. So I want to start with Yofi. With that context, and apologies for the slight length of it, and in particular the call to add value in Africa, for Africa, which I know was started by your president, but has been picked up by everybody across the Africa. Is this realistic? Can you give us a brief current status of manufacturing in that context in Ghana? Developing value add?
Yes, thank you.
One factory, one district, all these great
things. Thank you very much. It's not only realistic, it will happen. It will naturally happen. You know, and you're right. I mean, Africa has had resources ever since it was in being. If you look at the continent, 90% of the world's platinum, 90% of the chromium, cobalt, we have, name it, almost all the transition minerals required for energy transition today. But unfortunately, with all these resources, the continent has remained as an importer of goods manufactured from its own raw materials. So we export the raw materials, and then we import the goods from those finished raw materials. But as you said, I mean, starting with a Ghana Beyond Aid that has speculated into an Africa Beyond Aid and adding value to our raw materials and resources, there's this tacit recognition that the past economies did not augur well for transforming the continent, did not create jobs. Because you don't need any special skill to just dig up stuff and export. But to manufacture, you need the training, you need the skills, you need the management, you do all that. And what our president has done is to engineer an architecture of transformation where he started with an education policy, free senior high school education. And it was just not a social policy because we needed social credits. But it has an input in that whole architecture of saying that to industrialize, you need a new Ghanaian. And what this program is doing is that in the medium term, in the near future, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, the minimum education of the average Ghanaian will be high school education. That would do much better if you want to industrialize than when a groundswell of people only have junior high school education and fall off the education ladder by the age of 13, 14, with no recourse to any future education. So we are going to see a better healed, better prepared Ghanaian who can then take higher responsibilities in conversion. Secondly, to make that happen, there must be a certain intentionality about it. Now, Ghana is resource rich, and I did mention we have almost all the resources that a nation should be proud of, from oil and gas to cocoa to salt and to lithium, and we understand the importance of salt and lithium to today's conversion economies of climate change and dealing with the problems of climate change and energy transitions. So you came up with another policy called the One District, One Factory policies, where every and each of the 261 districts in Ghana should have a value addition entity or a conversion entity using the raw materials within that area. So depending on where you are, I mean, they're close to the raw material base, you can add some value to it. Not just minerals, but including our food processing. And agriculture has become a big substrate and foundation for industrialization by adding value, food processing. Ghana, by the end of 2016, was importing approximately $2 billion of food every year. So that needed to change if we're going to use agriculture as a substrate. So that brought a third policy called Planting for Food and Jobs, where government was adding a bit more agricultural extension and support to the agri sector to increase production for both manufacturing and for consumption and bring about food security, which is very important because if you don't have food security as a nation, you are under the thumb of anybody who gives you food to eat. So when you look at that whole architecture, it's designed to say that, well, we've got to transform our economy from just exporting the raw materials. We want to add value to it. The fourth leg of that is the AFCFTA, where sadly Africa has the largest tariff-free economy or market since the WTO, a market of 1.4 billion people, where if you manufacture in one and you're exporting to the other, you do not pay tariffs on about 95% of the goods and services that you export. So it's brought a sense of awareness. There are 47 countries in Africa that have ratified that and are clear that, well, yes, we all have goods and services and products that we can export between ourselves. And if we're able to achieve that, then it would radically change the African economy. So we've seen in a step with the way it's happening. Now, what are the pitfalls? One, infrastructure. The infrastructure gap in Africa in itself is a stumbling block. To even make AFCFTA a reality, Africa needs to produce 2 million trucks. 2 million trucks. But what is that to you sitting here? Opportunity. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. And that's what Valerie is leveraging on that. You need to, first of all, create access for us to invest in that opportunity to be able to make that transition happen.
Yeah. Well, the president of the African Development Bank, I've often heard him say you can't eat potential. You've talked about a lot of potential. Is it happening?
Yes, it is. It is happening.
Yeah.
I mean, I have investors who've come in from various countries. First of all, looking at the infrastructure opportunity, but looking at the value-add opportunity.
Yeah.
And I've had discussions with the EU because we have the European Partnership Agreement, where I'm convincing them that it serves them better to actually relocate their factories in Ghana, in Africa. Because if they relocate their factories in Africa, first of all, they have access to a much bigger market, a much more lucrative market, which is tariff-free. Instead of exporting from France, Germany, whatever, to Africa and paying the taxes, come and manufacture in Africa. And what Ghana is doing is actually creating a much more conducive investment climate, as the minister just said, where we can actually attract manufacturers, support manufacturers to build and export within the continent.
That's great. So, and obviously a good example of that is sitting on your left.
Yes, a good example.
So Valerie, clearly cutting edge what you're doing. With your focus on e-transport, particularly in Africa, do you see this developing? How do you see it developing? Because the continent's still heavily reliant on hydrocarbons for much of its power. And with increasing competition for battery supply and the like. How are you addressing that? And I guess, how do you find business in Ghana?
Yeah, maybe I'll start with how I find business in Ghana. Yeah. Manufacturing in Ghana is not easy, but just because it's not easy doesn't mean that it's not doable. And I think when people think of electric vehicles and climate-smart technology, a lot of the time their focus is just, this is something for Western markets. And I would look at, your question from three perspectives. The first thing is really opportunity. What is the opportunity for us as Africans to manufacture our own vehicles? And I'm going to put a question to the audience. Can you raise your hand if you own a vehicle? A car, a bicycle, a motorcycle? Raise your hand. Let me see if you own your own vehicle, or you've used a vehicle, or you've sat in a vehicle. So that's basically everyone. Can you keep your hand up if the vehicle that you own was designed by an African? Or made by an African, or made in Africa, or made with even an African in mind, and that's nobody. And I think if you're looking at opportunity, the average age of a vehicle in Ghana right now is 14 years old. From a macroeconomic perspective, we spent $27 billion last year, 27 billion cedis last year, and 2.7 billion cedis on importing second-hand cars and buying petrol. So we're basically killing our balance of payments, buying 14-year-old rubbish vehicles and importing them from the West. So I think that's really the opportunity. The question is, why haven't we started producing vehicles? The next thing around EVs specifically has been around, is there really market demand? Do people really want them? Can we sustain electric vehicles on the continent? And the transition to e-mobility in Africa is actually faster than what you're even seeing in the West, but it's starting with two-wheelers. If you even go to places like Benin and Togo, you're seeing probably 1 in 5 motorbikes already on the road are already electric. And the reason that the demand is there is, unlike in Western markets where there were a lot of fiscal policies that have driven or incentivized the transition to go electric, in our markets, it just makes economic sense. If you are using a petrol vehicle for delivery, you are spending around $250 a month just on petrol. So what that means is that most delivery riders you see in our markets don't own their vehicle because they can't afford to own their vehicle. So what they do is they work just to buy petrol. With the transition to EVs, if you're using one of my electric vehicles, instead of spending $250 on petrol, the equivalent in energy is just $13 a month. So it makes economic sense. And then from an impact perspective, in addition to avoiding carbon emissions, there's an opportunity to crowd in carbon finance, which is a more innovative way of boosting and attracting foreign direct investment into our country. And it's a huge job creator. Millions of jobs will be created if we are mindful and meaningful about establishing automotive manufacturing ecosystems like mine. So I think the question for me is not around can Africa sustain electric vehicles? It's happening. The question is, how do we fulfill that demand, and how are we meaningful around owning our own content and stopping this dependency that made us do transport all wrong in the first place? And that's really where we sit.
That's fantastic. We may come back to, because I know a lot of the major multinational car companies are looking to do similar things to what you're doing, and whether or not there's, and particularly with AFTCA, using hubs to generate different parts. It might be worth talking about that later, about the extent to which you want to do business with them. Yeah. But none of this works, obviously, if you don't have electricity. So, as if by smooth magic, we move to the end. And my fellow lawyer, Samuel. Samuel,
before you go on, we are talking about exporting knowledge and expertise. You heard what happened at the Manchester airport yesterday.
Yeah.
So they could speak to us because we are experts at this, so we could actually help them restore it in record time.
I shall pass it on. I remember going through the airport in Accra when I was greeted by a lovely string quartet, which was much more pleasant than being greeted by 17,000 Mancunian irritated people. Yes, there's been quite a lot of similarities between what we've been hearing today and what we were hearing from our own politicians in terms of growth. And if we all grow as much as we're intending to, we'll all be very, very happy, I think. But manufacturing and value chain are underpinned by power. Ghana's actually got a pretty good reputation, I think, for delivering power to the people. How do you see current prospects of matching industrial demand, and what contribution do you think you should be making, what do you make to manufacturing progress in Ghana?
So, as the distributor, our main focus is to produce and distribute reliable power with our value chain members. And on our side, at the distribution level, what we try to do the most is with those who consume a lot, they are within a bracket that we call the special load tariff customers. With them, because of the amount of power they draw, we cannot treat them like an average person who's using electricity at home. So the negotiation on their tariff is totally different, so they can have the right balance for their economies of scale for the business that they do. Again, we are trying to make sure that it becomes very stable, so we've been looking into these battery storage facilities. I'm proud to say we are actually in the pilot phase of these batteries in some parts of Accra. Very soon the installation might happen in about 2 months' time for us to know how well it will operate within our network, so that whenever there are these downtimes, they would kick in because they are storing energy during the course of the day.
So you're replacing diesel generation?
I am not, and I repeat, I am not replacing diesel. The thing is, everybody wants us to have this whole energy transition thing, but the only time you can do that is after you've achieved energy security. We haven't achieved energy security yet. So it will be very foolish on our part to get rid of, the gas and the hydrocarbons just because we want to get there fast. Let's also not forget that solar power is not inductive power. It cannot power, manufacturing. Solar power on its own cannot do that. You need some form of injected thermal or something like that to hold it, to give it that level of inductive power for it to help with manufacturing. The truth of the matter is, every manufacturer, before they go into business, needs to have a chat or a very good conversation with the distributor. The power distributor must know your location and all of the nice stuff to make sure that you enjoy the certain services on the grid that you need to enjoy. As the finance minister said, I nearly called him the energy minister. But he's one person who's been very supportive since I've been in office and has actually shared in the ambition and the drive of the company. I remember when I started the whole digitization process, he was, I think, the first person who came over to see the control room that we set up. We now have a system where on a platform we see every single customer when they purchase, how much they purchase, to the extent that now we are even deploying AI in our billing system. We are trying to optimize every single thing we do within ECG to make sure that we close the gaps, to make sure that every single peso counts. Because in the energy sector, the one thing you need to know is if you are not collecting enough, you're always going to have a problem. And as he said, with our currency issues, we purchase electricity in dollars and sell in cedis. So every single peso counts. So the whole drive is to make sure that since every single peso counts, if you're going into manufacturing, the conversation with the distributor is key. So that we make sure that we prioritize you, and it will be based on our economies of scale, because the more you consume, the more priority we'll give to you.
Okay, but you do feel it's part of your responsibility to support manufacturing?
Yes.
In Ghana?
Yes.
And
it's our main responsibility, because to be very honest, we call them the SLT customers. They are less than 5,000, but they contribute over 50% of my revenue. So it will be a no-brainer not to pay attention to them or to invite people into the sector. And they are the people that are driving growth, and they are the ones that are also putting money on my table. So I definitely have to prioritize them.
Fantastic. And back to Yofi, I mean, where do you see the sectors in which where do you see, from your position at GIPC, where do you see most growth coming in which sectors? And does that actually align with what you want to see?
That's a tough one, because the interests are diverse, and I would hesitate to say that we see focus on one sector, because there's what we believe we need and what the investors think that they want to do. But without a doubt, I mean, for quite a while, services has been the leader. And it's interesting. Sadly, we are seeing a lot more indigenous Ghanaian capital actually register at the GIPC. If you look at indigenous projects that were registered, that's at 2022, from Ghanaians only, that's Ghanaian ownership, it was 3.5 billion. We had never had that before. So we are seeing a lot more interest in indigenous Ghanaian capital in investing in the economy. And most of it was in services, but we are seeing a sudden resurgence into construction. Government, of course, is spending significantly on infrastructure, but we are seeing also technology and digitalization come on the radar. And we are seeing quite a bit of money from Asia coming into low-level manufacturing.
Okay. What about agri?
Agri is...
Because across Africa, everybody says, we've got all this land.
Yes.
Are you getting the right investments?
Agri is still a challenge.
With the right technology?
Agri is still a challenge for us as a country, that we need a significant investment into agri. But the added complication is that agriculture in Ghana, in most of Africa, is very socialized. It's very cultural. So you find a significant number of subsistence farmers. Indeed, I mean, if you look at Ghana, Ghana is the second largest producer of cocoa beans. But the average cocoa farm is 3 acres. We need to industrialize, and that means we need to desocialize agriculture and make it industrial. We need to be seeing 5,000 hectare cocoa farms. We need to be seeing 5,000 hectare coconut plantations and cassava plantations. And for most of the part, most of our agriculture has been food crops. And that is why we have these small sizes. But now, as we are transitioning to real industrial agriculture, we are seeking investors who are coming down. I mean, we've had some visits from some investors who are looking to do 100,000 acres of rice.
Yeah. And how, just to follow up on that, going to the value add, because, as you say, just producing cocoa, you don't make a lot of money out of the cocoa bean compared with the chocolate bar.
Right.
How are you getting on with the adding value factories?
Very, very interesting. I mean, very, very interesting. And we're sadly seeing a tacit admission that, and the president has said it, that in the next few years, we want to see a situation where we are not exporting our raw materials, but we are actually adding value in situ. As we speak, we are negotiating with an investor from a number of countries, it's Indian, it's Arab, to exploit our bauxite resources. But not just the bauxite, to have a full value chain investment. Mine the bauxite, refine it into alumina, and convert it to aluminium. And the conversations are well advanced. Actually, the CEO of Geodec was here. I think this morning he's in a conversation to see that happen. We are talking to another investor that is looking at our iron ore deposits, and because we have manganese, and we want to stop exporting manganese, I believe that we can actually set up steel manufacturing. On the cocoa side, we are seeing a drive more into the value addition. Many of those who have been in exporting, including companies like Barry Callebaut, you know, and all those, are now thinking of actually manufacturing cocoa, chocolate, cocoa liquor, cocoa butter for export. On the shea butter side, the same is happening. Value addition to it. The big importers and traders like Olam have actually set up a cocoa processing farm, are setting up shea butter processing farm, are setting up value addition, cashew nut, etc. So we are gradually seeing it.
Yeah, I think the challenge for adding value is that you need to pick the right things to add value to.
Absolutely.
Because if you just say, I'm going to add value to everything, then to be honest, you're not making the most of your own products, and you're not making the most of Africa and things like that either. So maybe, Valerie, picking up with you, everyone talks about digital all the time. We've digitized the electricals, we've digitized it. I mean, but you're right in there with digitization, I think. I mean, how, and this is slightly beyond your specific area, but how important is the role of tech development in Ghana? How is Ghana good at this now? And does it get the right level of support and investment from investors and the government, would you say?
I think digitization is sometimes something that's just kind of thrown around because we feel that that's where the world is going. But I think in my experience, digitization was important to be able to drive the affordability of our vehicle, because our target market are delivery riders, and they're typically not bankable. If they went to a bank to borrow money to buy an electric vehicle, the banks would say, no, you need 120% collateral, you're going to be paying 30% interest. It's just not feasible. So we looked at how do we leverage digitization as a way of getting data to de-risk the purchase of an e-bike. So the first thing for us is our e-bike is connected to our platform, which allows us to aggregate deliveries, which means that when a delivery rider buys our vehicle, they get the vehicle with jobs. And so that straight away now gives a digital footprint of the rider, where as they earn, they now become bankable. So then we can facilitate the brokerage of credit. The next thing for us was, how do we absorb some of the costs of just doing business in Ghana by leveraging carbon finance? So we monitor the movement of all our riders, and then we actually sell the carbon avoided through compliance markets to an international government, which then is another way of actually leveraging data to monetize. And then I think the final thing for us has also been around driving safety. So we know that a lot of vehicles on the road, they ride anyhow. Somebody told me that driving in Ghana is like that ludicrous song, When I Move, You Move. And so really for us, we have real-time monitoring, which allows us to also give our riders a rider safety score. So we did 2.5 million kilometers worth of riding last year with no accidents for our riders, because if you're riding unsafe, we give that information to the rider and we can actually remotely turn off your vehicle.
And does it impact on their insurance as well?
And then from there, we can now broker insurance because we have the rider behaviors. So I think digitization is around how it's used. So even if you're digitizing a process and that process doesn't work, that's where we fall down. And so I'll give one last example for us is there are a lot of tech companies out there that are aggregating a lot of data that could influence and improve the decision-making of governments. And one of the examples we have is with our telematic data, I can tell you which 3 roads to fix in Accra that would increase national productivity, because I see the undulations, I see what it does to the... But we need to be meaningful about using data to make decisions, because that's what's going to make us more efficient.
As well.
Yeah, and so I guess
I
guess this is my plea to government is there are a lot of businesses now that are sitting on a minefield that de-risks our economy and would open us up for business, and that's where we need the partnerships between private sector, investors, and public sector.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. And data is, particularly in Africa, data is by far the most valuable thing in Africa.
Just to add on to what she's saying, I mean, government has, over the past month, set up a committee to integrate all the data points that are in the economy.
It's the most valuable thing in Africa.
Yes, by making sure that we have full data integration, so that in future, I mean, if the police stop you on the road, they can tell who you are, where you live, where you're coming from, where you've been, whether you paid your taxes, etc., etc. And I think that if that is achieved, and we're in the process of doing that now, it's going to be amazing. But on the investment side, we are also seeing quite a number of investors coming, looking to set up data centers. Because sadly, they see Ghana as probably the fastest place to scale up on the African. Before it was, Kenya, it was Joburg, it was Rwanda, Djibouti. But now it's come to Ghana. And so we are seeing a lot of people in the diaspora, the unicorns that we are seeing on the African continent, interestingly, are from people from the diaspora.
But Samuel, have you, with all these data centers, where are they going to get the power? Have you got enough power for them?
Last I checked, yes.
Data centers just hoover up power,
so the last I checked, yes. A few of them that have come to see us, we are preparing adequately for their takeoff. And when you see a data center or a data company coming to set up a data center, immediately I see money.
Yeah.
In this room, we have 2 CEOs of the two biggest tech companies in Ghana. I can see KGL here, I can see Haptel here. Between those 2 alone, the kind of data that they play with on a constant, it's a market that we need to look at and leverage the most.
Yeah.
I was just telling her that I think it's about time she and I start sharing data, because I just heard the finance minister talk about micro lending platforms. ECG can be the bedrock of the micro lending. You ask me why, I say we are in every single home.
You have the consumers.
Yes. We have the platform, and after digitizing the platform, you actually realize the data that you're holding on to. And it's actually scary, because I can tell you when you got home, I can tell you when you went to bed, I can tell you the rate at which you spend on electricity. And sometimes it's just mind-blowing. Yeah. So as she said, she's perfectly right.
As lawyers, of course, we get worried about that. on the privacy side, yeah. But I'm sure it'll be sorted.
Yeah. As she said, yeah. currently the GRA is even talking to ECG to help ECG with the property rate tax collections. The Lands Commission is also talking to us about the land leases and how we can help them collect it, because we have since we embarked on the whole Know Your Customer drive, where we started tagging all our customers with a unique QR code to connect them properly to their meter to be able to do a proper energy accounting and audit. The amount of data that we've brought out even shows us that, by and large, to some extent, I might even have to sit with the Minister of Finance, because I think the GDP is woefully understated.
Okay, well, let's hope Big Brother is benign and generous in Ghana, I must say. But going back, sorry, our great moderator here will just shout when we've finished, because I've got no idea what the time is. So, but we're having fun, so let's carry on. Going back to the sort of transition point we talked about, because in the UK we have what you might call a bit of an unfair approach to the just transition, and you picked up on it a bit there. What impact does needing to convert to carbon-free make on your business, would you say? Or is it just something which, as you said, it's more important to get things working?
No, it actually gives you some efficiency in operations. For example, if this whole battery thing works, it then means that at peak in the evenings, which is mostly from 6 to about 10 p.m., our cost of production might reduce drastically, because it costs us a ton of money on the West Africa gas pipeline reverse flow at peak with the amount of gas that we pump to the eastern corridor for the power plants to work. So if during the day, with all the excesses in the grid, goes into these storage batteries, then at peak you don't need to ask for that much on the reverse flow. You'd actually just have to turn on the batteries to actually close the gap. So going green is actually necessary, but in our part of the world, it has to be deliberate and strategic. We cannot just jump at it because everybody is going at it. The moment we do that, we are going to have a problem. So even in our case, I would be the first person to say, hey, no, the liquid fuels are still important. Even gas these days, the natural gas is seen as clean energy. So let's concentrate on using more of the natural gas and have the liquid fuels for backup, just in case there's a problem with the gas pipeline or there's a problem with the compressors or something like that.
Yeah, because security we've seen it globally. Security and fuel supply is pretty important. Yeah.
I think there was something that you said earlier around kind of the just transition and how we still need to be dependent on fossil fuels. But I think that if we're looking at solutions, there are a lot of things that we could be doing very easily that would also support this transition. And so for us, we are off-grid, so we run on solar. And that was out of necessity because we weren't getting the consistency that we needed for manufacturing. But I think there are some things in our fiscal policy that act as a disincentive for people to make that transition when it's natural and it's needed. So an example would be the VAT and the taxes that we see on solar panels and inverters is just intrinsically making it expensive. And I think the other thing is there is a business case in a lot of manufacturing and even corporate companies to go off grid and that would support the overall distribution of energy. And I think that's something that should be incentivized. At the moment, we've been too focused on what we can tax rather than focusing on what do we need to encourage. And I think encouraging is very, very easy and it doesn't cost anything because if people and businesses have the capability, they should.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm being told we need to come to an end, but Samuel definitely wants to come back to you on that one. So Samuel, I'm going to ask one more question. Firstly, come back on that. Secondly, one thing which you think would make a difference to encourage everybody to invest in Ghana tomorrow. And the same question for coming down here for both of you, and then we'll wrap up. Thank you.
What you said was perfect, and as I said, we have to be deliberate about it. Whenever people go, I'm sad you're off the grid because that's money lost. One, I have a energy sector debt that I have to pay. So until we've actually had a great step by renegotiating all of these IPP debts and restructuring it, the PPAs to make it sustainable. So based on that, the approach to moving people off the grid should be very systematic to a point where it's sustainable. Because there've been societies and areas where people have rushed the other way and are all now coming back because the products that they took for the solar services were not of great quality. Anyway, we'll take this conversation offline.
One thing.
Yeah.
One thing.
What I will say is, apart from the country being great, apart from the systems actually working, and with what the finance minister said a few minutes ago, If it was that terrible, nobody would give us a break on our debt. Nobody will be willing to say, I've forgiven you about 5 billion of your debt. Ghana is a fantastic place to do business. Yes, we are a work in progress. Yes, the power had its own problems, but now it is solved. As he said, the finance minister said, plans are far advanced for ECG to be recapitalized, for the necessary jobs to be done, for the sustainability. Intensification is the word. One thing we realized is that the country grew faster than we actually expected it to. We are a group of people who naturally hide our wealth. And that's how we were brought up. You meet someone, you say, oh, you have money. He's like, oh, no, I don't have money. But turn around and see what the person is doing. We naturally hide everything. So growth or our development structure has to catch up with our own things that are hidden in our minds. We are catching up. We are closing the gap. We have to do a lot of intensification to make the power stable. And as the minister said, all the support we are looking for, we are getting it. Please come, please settle, talk to us. We need to know where you are setting up so that we can make the requisite preparations for you. I'm sure you didn't speak to us, so I'm going to speak to you and find out how I can bring you back on the grid. Thank you.
I think if I was an investor, what attracts me to businesses in Ghana is that we're building resilient businesses. We are building in an environment where the macroeconomic situation is counterintuitive, but our businesses are still growing. And in that kind of environment, I say when you're applying constant heat and constant pressure, you see this metamorphosis. And so this is why I say that in Ghana, particularly in the startup environment, I'm seeing a lot of businesses that are adapting so quickly, and that's where the next leapfrogs are. So even though there is risk, there is definitely high reward.
Thank you. And finally, Yofi, you can be brief because you've had two goes already.
Yes, I have. I absolutely, there's no doubt that Ghana remains the most attractive place to invest in West Africa. At the GIPC, we're working with Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Trade to reform the investment and business environment, make it much more attractive, but make it transparent and easy. I mean, I know because I visited her factory, she has issues, she has problems, and how to harmonize all these into one entry gateway, as the minister said, to ensure that businesses can grow. Now, to you in the diaspora, I do say, well done. You've done your bit here, but home is waiting for you. I mean, there are many diaspora businesses in Ghana that are making tons of money. If you look at the hospitality space, it's almost dominated by the diaspora who come back. If you look at the technology space, and government has a digitalization plan that is digitalizing almost all services between government and the citizenry. So it's a great and massive opportunity for you. And at GIPC, we've set up a diaspora investment desk to assist you. We also have an aftercare unit that is going to help you resolve the problems you have with the regulators. For example, ECG, GRA, and customs and all that. We work assiduously with them to ensure that you have a smooth business ride and have a great business and profitable experience investing in Ghana.
That's absolutely fantastic. So thank you to my wonderful panel. They've all working together. They're doing business together on the panel, which is always the best sign of a good panel. And I look forward to seeing you all at the British Museum for the Ashanti Hini presentation at the British Museum next month. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a fascinating, honestly, the conversation. And Valerie, people, get the money ready. Let's invest in her, please. She is a superstar. Thank you so much. We are 30 minutes away from our tea break. I know it's been long, and I apologize for the late start, but we want to try and get through this first half, and then we can go smooth sailing onwards to lunch as well. So we're going to have a quick fireside chat with our moderator. You've met her before. She is a director for the AM Group, Linda Wayo. She's also, if you didn't know, a chartered banker as well, you know, with an MBA. So very, very prestigious. Ghanaians are learning. We love education. And she's going to be interviewing Alex Daddy. So I'll let her introduce you properly.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Michael. And good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have with us a dynamic and impactful individual who's here to share with us his success story of moving to Ghana and having made an absolute success of it. After having lived in the UK for several years, for yonks. Okay, and I love the fact that the previous panel finished on the note of the diaspora, of Yofi encouraging the diaspora to come back home to do business. We've got a real life example here. We've got a success story here. Mr. Alex Dadi is a multi-award winning entrepreneur and philanthropist with over 30 years of experience, currently working across multiple industries in the UK and in Africa. He's currently the executive chairman of the KGL Group and the board chairman of GIPC as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if I decide to go on with his accolades, you're going to miss lunch. So I hope you pardon us for that, Alex. We'll cut it short here and then move on to the conversation. So a warm welcome to you, Alex. It's a privilege to have you here today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
So, Alex, your career has spanned multiple industries and geographies. We want to know what inspired you to return to Ghana to invest in the country.
Thanks, Linda. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me. I'd like to also acknowledge our finance minister here and some colleagues, business people, and also MPs. Thank you all very much. To answer your question, what motivated me to return to Ghana? For me, it was like I never left Ghana because when I migrated to the United Kingdom about 35 years ago, I continued to do business in Ghana. Throughout my stay in the United Kingdom, I worked at the very highest corporate level here in London. I ran businesses here and I continue to have businesses in London and elsewhere. During those times, we worked in parts of Africa. We worked in Ghana in the 90s. We financed some of the institutions in Ghana like GNTC and that. So Ghana was like I never left. And it's also like I never left the UK because I still got a family here moving backwards and forward, and still got the businesses here, so I'm always every month here, so there isn't that sort of clear-cut move.
I think it's safe to say you're enjoying the best of both worlds then.
Exactly, and why not?
Okay.
And also, in terms of what actually motivated me to get back and establish my businesses there was having traveled around, based in the United Kingdom, having traveled around in those years to about 25 countries within that period, working first as an export commercial director of companies till the time I started my own company about 20 years back in the United Kingdom. I learned a lot of things throughout these countries that I engaged in. I formed a lot of partnerships and that, and I thought that the right thing to do is to replicate what we were doing here and elsewhere back in Ghana. Okay. So that actually motivated me to get back.
Okay, you've learnt a lot, and it looks like you've operated across several sectors as well. So the KGL Group operates across various sectors, including fintech, logistics, agriculture, property development, and commerce. And I know it hasn't been a bed of roses because even rose stems do have thorns. Can you share with us some of your most significant challenges and how you overcame them? And also, opportunities and how you've actually leveraged on those opportunities?
Well, I don't see them as challenges. With every challenge, there's an opportunity. We migrated back to Ghana with a clear vision. I have always had a vision of creating a great African story, great African company. I believe that we have to build great, big African champions, huge conglomerates. And that's what we set out to do. We came back to Ghana to start the process of building a big conglomerate, an African champion, because we believe that on the back of these great African champions, on their shoulders, would we leapfrog the West and also develop other businesses, help other businesses, and that's what we set out to do.
And talking about developing other businesses, and we're here to talk about business collaboration. So I would like to know what your strategic priorities for the KGL Group are, and also whether you have any opportunities for investors to partner you in pursuing those goals.
Yeah, we do, because like you said, the KGL Group is a diversified group of companies. We operate in Africa. We operate in about 6 countries now in Africa, so gradually getting to fulfill our vision. And within the group, we have the KGL Capital. KGL Capital, we have, in the Ghanaian space, we are also a venture capitalist, and we have private equity within the KGL Capital. We've invested about $10 million supporting small businesses, partnering small businesses. What we intend to do this year with some of our partners is to raise about 100 to 150 million in private equity to support some of these businesses across Ghana and also Africa.
That's impressive. Now let's just move on quickly to the other hat you wear, board chairman of GIPC. Can you share with us some of the initiatives you're implementing to attract more investors, especially the diasporas, to Ghana, since you're a diasporan yourself?
I think the GIPC bit, I fall on Yofi to do most of that. Yofi and I work very, very well because he does all the microeconomic stuff. What I tend to do is what I'm doing now. I try to encourage investors, having lived here for a very, very long time, and diasporans, because I describe myself as a diasporan investor and entrepreneur, diasporan entrepreneur and philanthropist. Diasporan because I take the title very serious. I want to come into halls like this and inspire diasporans that it is possible to go back and do what we've done. We've gone back to Ghana. We've built, according to GIPC, we are the 11th largest company according to GIPC Index. We have contributed so much to the public funds. We are one of the largest taxpayers in Ghana. And I want to encourage diasporans that it is possible to go in and do that. And also in accordance with our vision, entrepreneur, because that's what we do in terms of wealth creation. We also believe that to solve poverty and to create jobs, you have to create wealth. And to create wealth, when we create the wealth, we also channel the wealth into solving a lot of poverty issues. So KGL Foundation is the route that we use to do that. We have sunk in also tens of millions of dollars in the KGL Foundation. 5% of our turnover goes into corporate social responsibility. We fund juvenile, we've put in $1 million into the Ghana Football Association juvenile thing. We do health facilities. We do education. I think we have about 200 scholarships so far. So we, in terms of our vision, with the entrepreneurship bit, is to create these African conglomerates and also help startups and in terms of also solving poverty, creating jobs, and also solving some of the poverty issues. We've created the KGL Foundation to do that. Like I said, GIPC, Yofi can do that better than I do, but I symbolize what can be achieved when we speak to investors. People like myself are clear examples of what is possible in the Ghanaian space. Having lived in London, I didn't find that sort of wealth in London that are found in Ghana, which means that it is possible. And I lived here at the highest level, at the very highest corporate level. And so if I could find it better in Ghana than I did in London, then I think there's a case to be made for diasporans getting back into Ghana and doing the same.
Amazing. I think I remember you also mentioning that they've got the Diaspora Investment Desk as well,
Yes,
where it's a specialist desk created to help to guide the diasporas that want to come back into Ghana to do business. So I would like to know what lessons you've learned along your journey.
I think there are a lot of lessons you learn when you get to Ghana. For us, the challenges are numerous challenges, but like I said, you turn them into opportunities. We set out to create. We also believed that in order for the country to develop, companies should outlive visionaries like myself who set them up. Because where I was brought up back here, you see companies which were started 1640, 1898, 1920, and that you don't have that in Ghana. So we have set up a KGL to set up a company that will outlive myself. And how do we do that? Good corporate governance. We put in the structures. We have a highly talented workforce, very structured in our legal department. We have about 10 lawyers in our finance department, very, very experienced, headed by a top CFO with about 10 experienced finance people. So we are creating, you go out to create these sort of structures that would outlive people like myself to the next generation and the generations after.
That's good to know. You've weathered the storm and you're creating the structures. You're laying the foundations for
We are
us.
laying the foundation for that.
Thank you. So, I mean, in terms of advice, last but not the least, in terms of advice for diasporas considering investing in Ghana, what advice would you give them?
I think the advice I'll give them about three. One is, first and foremost, what we did and what we continue to do. I realized that my colleagues we had left back, we're competing with them in terms of resources. So we have, people like myself have depended mainly on the resources, the relationships that we gathered here. For example, I'd never raised any funding in Ghana and never do. Most of my funding has come from the banks and the relationships I've formed here, the international banks here, so I don't do any funding. In terms of also, when we migrated here, we came in to learn some of the best practices and to also acquire skills. And these are the sort of skills that you would need going back. But we get a lot of people talk about how do we raise capital? How do you come to London, the place, and live in London for 10, 15 years and go back to Ghana to find out where you raise capital? This is the place that you look for capital. This is the place that you form those relationships to take back home. So our success has also been partly depended on the fact that we have depended or leveraged on our stay here, the relationships that we form with our partners that we take back home, whether the technology that we've deployed, whether the huge financial resources that we've deployed in Ghana have all come from our host countries, rather than going back and compete.
Sounds like you've got the formula. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking to invest in Ghana, he's your man. He's got the formula. So make sure you see him and he'll give you the formula for investing successfully in Ghana. And thank you very much for all the philanthropic work that you've been doing. I see them and I've seen the impacts that it's had on people both here in the UK and in Ghana. It's very heartwarming. So thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for your time today. I know we could go on and on, but I have been signaled a couple of times, so I have to be obedient and we have to wrap this up. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Alex Dagui.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Now we have a 10-minute presentation before our tea and coffee break, so please do pay attention. This presentation will be about the role of Ghana, the role of Ghana's development banks and the partial credit agencies. And we have the amazing current CEO of the Development Bank Ghana, K. Duka. Where are you? Where is Mr. K. Duka? Sure. Let me move this over here. of applause for Mr. K. Duka. Thank you. Thank you. I think we're supposed to do a PowerPoint, but I think that will keep you from lunch. So let's try and get through and give you some of the key points of development banking and what we're trying to do in Ghana. Thank you. So thank you very much for the opportunity to tell you about the newest bank in Ghana and the role that we're playing in terms of the economy and our role in terms of developing SMEs. And so today we're coming together as a community connected by the shared goals and the common values that have been expressed by Yofi, Alex, and also Honorable Amin. Thank you very much. So the journey of development, just as a quick recap, really for us is reflected in the everyday lives of a farmer working hard in Ghana's fields, the young entrepreneur in Accra trying to launch a startup, and all those striving for a better future. So we're here to talk about how a development bank Ghana and our partial credit agency can make a tangible difference in their lives and our economy. The core mandate of DBG is to provide long-term CD financing to the private sector. Today, less than 5% of bank funding to the private sector is longer than 5 years. We will never grow our nation. We will never invest in CapEx. We will never build true businesses until we have a source of predictable, long-term, local currency funding. So our focus is clear. We support key sectors with the potential for transformative growth: manufacturing, ICT, and agribusiness. Secondly, our mission extends beyond mere transactions. We are here to create lasting impacts, and we forge partnerships with agencies and banks to strengthen our collective ability to face financial challenges head-on. We're also a stress partner, and we're most active where the nation needs us most. And this support can only be through collaboration. We will take first risk, but we can never do it alone. We are a catalyst, and we are a collaborator. Finally, a development bank also has one unique superpower. We're a super convener. We bring together government, we bring together all the banks, and in particular, we bring together the private sector. So this mandate of DBG is fueled by a clear vision to transform not just our financial landscapes, but to ignite real changes that touch lives across our communities. We are building a system where development finance goes just beyond funding. It nurtures, it sustains, and empowers. So then the question is, how are we lending? How are we a catalyst? How are we a super convener? So where do we start? Show me the money. Okay. Now, thanks to the prescient vision of our leaders, thank you, Honorable Amin, the Ghana government, in the face of huge skepticism from our international partners, convinced our development partners of the essential wisdom of building a development bank. Now, a large part of this skepticism was due to the history of development banking in Ghana and in Africa. While we draw inspiration from the successful development banks like KFW, it is crucial to acknowledge the challenging chapters of development banking in our country. Our nation has seen the rise and subsequent struggles of several DFIs such as NIB, SSB, etc. But the significant decline of these banks not only stifled economic growth, but also significantly eroded public trust in the role of development banks. So against this background, the government made a huge initiative and took a huge step in terms of working with a group of development partners in order to build the first development bank based as a wholesale bank. The World Bank Group has been a pillar of development efforts since 1944. And in 2020, they launched the Ghana Development Finance Project with a significant investment of $250 million. This was matched by the Ghana government. And so from this, the Development Bank Ghana was birthed from this initiative. And we are designed to bridge long-standing financial gaps and enhance our nation's economic competitiveness. The European Investment Bank
also extended a line of credit of 170 million to DBG. And this substantial support underscores the EIB's confidence in our potential to drive significant economic change in Ghana. KFW provided 46.5 million, African Development Bank provided 38.3, and in total we're just about
investment opportunities in business process outsourcing, and special economic zone developments in Ghana. For those of you that don't know, it's a zone where you pay less or no tax if the products don't go to Ghana. In other words, like rural Ghana. They can stay there, export, and then reduce tax. Economics was a very long time for me. I could be wrong. Things might move forward, but guess what? We have an expert. So this is why I'm seeing you off. We have Ambassador, who's also CEO of Ghana Free Zone Authority, Mr. Ambassador Michael Okwe Jr. Round of applause, please. I like his energy already.
No time to waste. Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen here present. Good day safe, because you don't have to worry about when the clock has struck 12. I'll stand on all existing protocols, because as we all envisaged, and we can tell now that the time is running against us. So what I'm going to attempt today is to do what I would term a Lamborghini presentation, i.e. very fast. Now, moving on, we've heard quite a lot of very good things about Ghana. I was especially excited to hear about the Tema Port One-Stop Shop. We have actually developed a $500,000 single window at the Ghana Free Zones Authority, and we look to that complementing what is happening at the Tema Port, because what we do is mainly linked with exports. And what I want us to look at is a future in Ghana where we are like Singapore. Singapore is big because of its ports, big because of exports, and the nation and the nationals become richer because a very small population is supplying to America, China, and India, who are in populations. This is a formula behind the Ghana Free Zones Authority. Now, what I'm going to do is, because I'll be skipping through, most of the technical questions will reserve for later, where you can speak to our representative for investment here. Madam Anita, I can't see you. Where are you? Anita question, she's somewhere here. She's behind? Okay, Anita, please, I know you're behind, but you need to come forward so that everybody will see you and everybody can pull the strings of your coat while we finish the program. So, Madam Anita, where are you? I'm going to wait. No, you can't hide there. You have to come a bit forward. It's okay. That's Madam Anita Kwashi. Please give her a round of applause. She's our head of investments in business. And then we'll go into details of incentives and all the various things that are available to you. So, Madam Anita, get your jacket ready. Ghana Free Zones Authority is mainly about how to make Ghana rich from exports. A lot of people say, why no taxes? Taxes are not the only way by which Ghana can receive investment. So, for example, this is my finger, it's zero, no tax, yes. But what are the other benefits? The job, investment, creation of various other facilities, expertise, and most importantly, skills and development training. All four here. Still zero. If it doesn't come, this is all we have. 2, we are not an island. Ghana is competing with its neighbors, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and so on, plus the UK and Dubai. All of them have free zones, no tax. So if we don't compete internationally, we lose out on the over $1.4 billion that has been recently invested in the free zones, because we're thinking only about tax. How does that benefit any of you here? The first area that I'd like to focus on is what we call special economic zones or industrial parks. As you can see, I'm rendering the thing behind me useless so that we can have a proper conversation. Special economic zones, industrial parks are simple. When you have a car, you need to park in a garage. when you come to Ghana, where are you going to set up your business? There may be land disputes, there may be various uncertainty in terms of litigation and all the rest of it. So to avoid all of that, come to the Ghana Free Zones Authority, the agency in charge of running industrial parks in Ghana, and we'll be able to give you some solutions. Either the industrial park in Tema, at the moment that is full, unless you're leasing from someone, or the newly acquired 1,200 acres in Afienya, which is just across the road, so you are invited to get land from there, or will assist you to get something in the city itself, depending on the kind of operation you want to run. Of course, we have other opportunities in Kumasi, that's 1,039 acres. We have 1,600 acres looking for development partners in the Shamar region of the Western region. We also already have in existence the Ishim Sekendi International Industrial Park, where we're looking also to expand. We have many companies there, Wankan, Dangote, and so on. So that is also available. So let us remember the latest acquisition in the Greater Accra area of Kenya, which I said is open. This is where to park your business vehicle. Moving swiftly to another area of advice. Now, you saw what our minister said with regard to services and manufacturing. So, in terms of manufacturing, the Ghana Free Zones Authority has been very, very influential in this area, promoting manufacturing, which has been going out for consumption to bring money into the economy. Now, why is this important? There are a lot of things which are produced in Ghana, but because of our status where the lower middle income is very small, not even talk about middle income, the consumption is not possible. But at the same time, if we produce a lot, we are able to export. So let's look at the cocoa and chocolate industry, for example. Previously, we used to do cocoa beans. Now, most companies, including indigenous companies, are producing for the international market, selling the cocoa butter, cocoa cake, the liqueur at fantastic rates, and even competing with the multinationals. We have a very positive example of niche cocoa. A Ghanaian, he started small, working with some of the foreign partners, and today he has set up a cocoa processing factory, apart from the fact that he does fantastic chocolates all over the world, in Germany and in America. A Ghanaian, thinking export, thinking big. And that is why, again, when our minister was talking about the fact that people from the diaspora should come down with investments, we are looking at the Alex Dade example. Bring viable finance from the Western Hemisphere, bring things which are new and innovative so that we can help the system. Ghana is a country that is ready for that, and we want to use this to support especially SME growth, and most importantly, what we talk about ease of doing business, so that we'll be able to sync all of those accordingly. Business process outsourcing is one of the biggest areas outside manufacturing. Now, for those of you who may not be aware, one thing Ghana has a lot of is educated people. 2, English-speaking, clear diction, I guess to say one of the best in Africa. But we have a problem. First one is so many graduates and little jobs. So Ghana also has what we call the Unemployment Graduate Association. What does that mean? So if you have a business process outsourcing company, whether for Visa, MasterCard, all of that, one of the destinations to set up is Ghana. Provision of services, and that would quickly help with manufacturing because they need those services to be able to up the figures that were spoken about. So if you look at a country with very educated people, what is our competitive advantage with countries like India or the Philippines so that we will be able to get a good part of it? First thing, as I mentioned, is clear vision, but it goes to what I would call the Yofi grant, zero longitude, zero latitude. Being in the center of the world, we have a better time zone reference with regard to services. So if you look at Europe, for example, you usually within 2 hours of the time difference. If you look at the States, we're usually about 5 hours East Coast and just a bit with the West Coast as well in addition. You can't say the same for India or Philippines. Very difficult time hours and time zones. We need to take advantage of that. In terms of income, Ghana is about almost $1 cheaper in terms of statistic information. So that is something to look at. One of our weaknesses is the fiber optic area. And that is why we need to complement businesses to come to Ghana, come and look at the areas that need strengthening so that you can improve your business. But nevertheless, one of the biggest BPOs in Africa and also one of the biggest in the world are already in the process of setting up to join the already existing about 10 or so companies in the free zones space. So we are focusing on that. It gives a lot of jobs and our unemployed graduates will be excited thereof. On this note, I prefer that when you are interested in something, you do more research. The only thing you need to satisfy as your criteria is the fact that you are going to export 70% of what you produce. So once you satisfy that criteria, 70, 80, 90, 100%, you can come, see us, come to Ghana, meet us, and we'll show you the way to get all the various incentives and the benefits that are attached. On that note, Mr. NC, before I wait for you to signal me, I'll signal myself and pause. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Now I know what economic free zones really are. 70% has to go, 30 has to stay at least. Next up, we have an agribusiness panel. And our moderator is a man with style, class, smarts, and philanthropy. He became a professor in 2022 at the University of Buckingham, and he is a Ghanaian lawyer, author, chairman of Keystone Solicitors, honorary co-counsel of Finland in Ghana. I give you none other than Professor Enike Mutifafa Kwenyika. Great name. Great name.
Good, what is it now? It's still, good day, right? Okay, good day. So I've been given quite an impossible task. This panel, sorry? Yes, it can be impossible. I've been given an impossible task to run this panel in 15 minutes.
Finally did it.
So, being the lawyer that I am, and I stick up for detail, let me start my clock now. So, okay. So, I'm going to call up a very distinguished panel, very knowledgeable about our topic, which is leveraging agriculture for Ghana's sustainable economic development. So, please join me on stage. Well, His Excellency Ambassador Quay again, Michael Quay Jr., who obviously needs no introduction. And if I can't, I work from the sunset. I think my questions already. Mr. Fuad, welcome, Mohammed. Please, louder. So, Mr. Mohammed is the managing head of Ghana Cocoa Board UK subsidiary, where he's worked for about 15 years. He's been a man who's responsible for selling Ghana cocoa around the world. Interestingly, he's also a beekeeper. And the final panelist is none other than Nana Ajwa Sifa Amponsa. So Nana is a celebrated entrepreneur, a social entrepreneur, and dedicates inspiring women agri-business founders for both impact and income through a company. Who's that? I beg your pardon. She has about 8,000 women in 31 countries, driving transformative agribusiness ventures in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very distinguished panel, and we're going to whiz through in 15 minutes. Let's make it happen. So I guess you have the needs of it, right? If you could perhaps each of you share an example of what your organization is doing in terms of promoting sustainable agriculture in Ghana, for agribusiness in Ghana. So perhaps who wants to say these first, forget the cliche, but Nana, would you mind taking that?
Good afternoon. Yeah, so the company is called Kuza, and we work across Africa. Basically to inspire women, especially female founders, to not only think about the impact, but also think about income. So that is what we do. We run flagship programs like Ignite, and I'm so happy to see one of our Igniters here. She just gave me chocolate. So we train them. And so when she came to Ignite, she is an example of what we are doing. When she came to Ignite, she didn't have that idea to really get this bar of chocolate, but through the training, through the relevant networks, through mentorship, and also access to finance and access to resources, she's been able to come up with this. So I'll just encourage everybody to get a bar here. And also we have WOW, so WOW is Women Ghana Business Week, which brings all women across the continent to Ghana to connect, to trade, and also, of course, think about the continent. We have several other projects which, because of time, I cannot go through. You can, of course, go to our website, www.kuza.com for more information on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and good day once again. Even witches and wizards love chocolate. So she's referred to Letitia, and I'm happy to announce that we've got a delegation of Ghana's national best cocoa farmers, awardees from 2019 to date, who have joined us here in the UK for a tour. A series of activities have been lined up, visits to Mars Chocolate and a lot of other stakeholders, just to expose them to the international chocolate value chain. And their presence here highlights what we do as Ghana Cocoa Board. The Ghana Cocoa Marketing Company UK office, it is the overseeing office of the board with responsibilities on market expansion, relationship management with our clients, market intelligence, as well as risk management or risk assessment of our clientele. Over the past 12 months and 2 years going into the future, what we seek to do is to enhance access of Ghana's chocolate and cocoa products onto the UK and the European market. Coincidentally, the UK is the second largest chocolate market in Europe. It's the fourth or the fifth largest chocolate market in the world. So it is very important to be here, or to use this as an anchor to go to other markets. It is quite a challenging time for the global cocoa industry, very challenging for Ghana. But I believe if you look at the group of cocoa farmers that we have here, we have some in their 30s, 30 years, 40, 50, 60, and 70. And that is very encouraging for us. What it tells us is that those in the 70s will pass on their experiences to the younger ones. It means that notwithstanding the challenge we bank our hopes on the opportunities to develop the sustainable cocoa sector going forward. Thank you.
Don't worry, it's your team. When you feel you
Thank you very much for the question, my dear friend, actually our childhood friend, Elliot. We've known each other for many, many years. It is maybe before you went to Ashmota, right? And he's a very inspiring lawyer, I should say. We both did law in the UK, and I must say that Elliot have achieved very great heights. That was the question. Yes, I know, but I just want to let us dwell on the issue of Ghanaians who are very successful here and going to Ghana. Because that nexus should never be disconnected. And why am I excited about this? I'm excited because we're talking about agriculture today. Agriculture as a focus. What are some of the things that we can think about here and even go to Ghana to implement? I was fortunate to start my corporate life here, as I was giving the example of Elikem. And so it gave me a certain structured, regimental thinking, so that when you go to Ghana, you're right in the corner where you are, whether it's to do with business or to do with government, you go and you make a difference. So some of the things, for example, that the Ghana Free Zones Authority has done is to confront authority directly in the interest of the business community in the ease of doing business. You know, most of the time, if you're not careful, you become a member of the Old Boys Club. And you think that, if a business has a problem, you have to explain as a government official. That will not help business. So with cocoa, for example, Cocoa Board will write, I think Fifi Wafo is here. Fifi Wafo, is he somewhere here? Cocoa Board spokesperson. Well, that's somewhere there, yes. We harass you, why? There's a shortage of beans. We know the reasons why, whether it's the weather, whether it's the fact that it's being smuggled into Ivory Coast, it affects our rate. But we need to be able to be transparent with those who are producing so that we look at alternative ways of acquiring the beans. Because the fact that you don't get the beans in Ghana, for example, doesn't mean that it is not available elsewhere to still do the production, keep the employment, and to move it on. If, for example, recently the free zone companies had a very big problem with LOCs, which is to do with letters of commitment. I think I saw a representative of Golden Exotics here. Are you here? Yeah. Yes, please, let's give them a round of applause. They are virtually the biggest banana export company, I dare say, in the whole of West Africa, maybe Africa. And they and many others came to us with certain problems with policy, and we took it as high up to even the Vice President's office. With your MD, we called the governor of the Bank of Ghana right there in front of him on the phone and started to resolve the problem. So these are some of the things, for example, we're doing in agriculture that are very practical and to help the businesses to grow. Secondly, we all know that due to IMF and so on, for example, there are problems with finances in terms of investment. One thing we need to do is we need to reduce our carbon footprints. We need to, for example, create an environment of better waste management, because you can't have manufacturing without the management of waste. So the strategy we've taken, which some of you here will be able to help, that's why I'm here. We help you, we also help you. We work with donor agencies. So for example, GIZ has given us 1.7 million euros to manage waste, and this happened just about 6 months ago. So as much as you are looking for money to do your business, we are also looking for money to be able to help to make decisions that will help with the business. There are many more examples, but for lack of time and the 15-minute directive, I'll hold my horses on. Thank you very much.
The directive is not mine, so the powers that be. Okay, so this is obviously a business conference. We focus on investment. Yogi goes on about investment. In our sector, a great restoration of insecurity affecting 1.2 million people in Ghana living in the north. We are 180% of the nation under 5 malnourished. We're importing so So there must be some sort of opportunity in this. This is sitting in this audience wanting to be one of those who have gone back home. Where are the areas of obvious opportunity that we can try and tackle?
Thank you very much. I'll start on that one. Now, Ghana is home to cocoa. We spoke about cocoa. But one area that this government has focused on is what we call the Tree Crop Development Authority. Now, the next biggest money maker for an agriculturist is coconut. Coconut production, mango production, cassava production, shea. If you know the amount of shea butter that India, London require for cosmetics, mind-boggling. So these are new tree crops that the government has deliberately set up, like cocoa, so people can focus. Rubber. If you have a rubber plantation, just gather your capital, get some acres of land. In fact, the further you go from Accra, especially in the western region, you get some fantastic negotiable prices for your land. Plant your rubber. In 7 years, you'll cross your legs even higher like this and be making your money. Because these are things that are sold on the international market. So coconut water, everybody's drinking it in the supermarkets here, but where does it come from? It comes from the coconut farm that you are going to put in place. So these are some of the areas that people can look at generally.
Excellent. I'm going to change my question from Mr. Mohammed. We've got an example of a company producing cocoa. People are talking about who are adding value and so on. But the truth of the matter is that we still export 8% of products in raw form. We've been exporting cocoa for about 140 years or so. Cocoa was in existence since 1947. Why is it that today we're still exporting in raw form? And of course, it's not just cocoa, it's a number of other products. So please explain to us why that's the case.
Well, I wouldn't say we're still doing what we've been doing over the past 50 years. There has been some progress, as we've mentioned, that Niche is a key example of the export of value-added products. It goes back to the point that as potential investors, how do we tap into the opportunities within the agribusiness space? And often the challenge is that we don't seem to understand the value chain approach to investment. But your job is not to go plant share in that. Your job is to identify which part of the chain can I optimize revenue. And I must mention, and maybe pose also a challenge to the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce, that let's intentionally sensitize people about opportunities of the UK Ghana Trade Partnership Agreement. We recently, in partner with some colleagues, imported shea butter into the UK. It's zero rated. Over 90% of products that you export from Ghana into the UK comes here tax-free. These are big advantages that we need to take advantage of, but people do not know. You cited the gold exotics. You can ask them whether when they bring in fresh fruit, whether it comes with a tax. It doesn't. So these are advantages that people can take can leverage on. But if you take the chocolate sector or the cocoa sector, what we have seen is that there's been a surge in the entrepreneurial spirit of Ghanaians, taking advantage of opportunities within the state. What we seek to do differently, what we're going to do differently is to leverage our position here in the UK. CMC UK is based here. This is a market that we understand. We are working towards developing made in UK single origin Ghana cocoa products. When you do that, you bypass two things. One, the non-tariff barrier that you're going to encounter when niche is coming into the UK. CPC products coming into the UK. There are challenges that they face, which are not tax related. These are non-tariff barriers. It could be in phytosanitary and other challenges. But when you manufacture it here in the UK, you bypass that. Number two, you take advantage of the UK premium, that's made in UK premium. When you do that, you can enter into markets that the UK has trade agreement with.
So at the moment, that is the next step that we look at. And we are doing this in partnership with the processing companies in Ghana. So I guess the message there is that looking at the value chain and finding where you can plug in and see how to do that. Okay, so come to Ghana. So in 2050, the population of Ghana will have doubled. So the demand for food would have doubled effectively. You are going on Africa, inspiring all these women to develop their farms into a more sustainable manner and so on. In our case, what's happening is that most of smallholder farmers are getting old, and the youth where they, then the city where the price rights are. So how can we encourage more young people, more women like you do, to basically stay on the farm, to provide the food that we require?
To encourage the young people, I think we need to actually encourage those who are already in it. The narrative, I'm happy to tell you that is changed. Now we have more young women, more young people who are really interested in farming or in the value chain. And I like what you said, that you don't really need to be in the farm to be in the agribusiness space. You should identify your strengths. You should identify what you're looking for in the value chain. There's so many opportunities in the value chain. So for me, it's about institutional support, helping those who are already in the sector. I have seen so many young people who are farming, so many young people who are in the sector but do not have support. If there are so many people who don't have support in the sector, why would you want some people to come in there? So the first most important thing is for us to encourage those who are already in it, give them access to finance, access to capacity building, access to technology. And I'm happy that the minister said that there are so many interventions that this government is putting in place. I have seen some myself, but I'm hoping that most of the things that are in the pipeline will obviously come out of the pipeline.
That's great. I see the MC signaling back to this question. That's a bit controversial, but I guess it does have to for last. So, Ambassador, your office is promoting export of the new products and so on. But given how much we import, should we actually be encouraging anybody to export agriculture? Because our total revenue from exports is about 34 billion. 2022 from a peak of 48 billion in 2000. We spent, as we said, 2 billion on food. So net zero, will we be doing that?
Well, I mean, it's all about consumption, to a very large extent. There are quite a lot of things which we export that are not used in Ghana. And we have to accept. Let me give you an example of even chocolate. How many Ghanaians are patronizing chocolate? But if we send the same thing to England, we will have a dentist to tell you the amount of people who are eating all the chocolate. Fact. So the bottom line is we need to produce more of the things we consume, not export less. Because export stuff have their own market that you have to deal with. Now, secondly, people hear about export and think it's only one way. No. When I was in India, for example, as ambassador, as ambassador to India, one thing I noticed was the crickets. And I'm sure my brother here, the High Commissioner from Canada, if you can give them away, sir, they can also judge you later. And then the former ambassador to China is also here. Mr. Edward, you can give them away. These are all very powerful economic countries that Ghana also needs to trade with extended to balance the books. But what is clear is that, for example, they consume so much cashew in India, we can't consume it in Ghana. Should we stop exporting? No. Even the gold we produce, an Indian wedding, the bride wears at least 50 pieces of gold. In Ghana, none is required. So based on some of all these things, we need to find things which we have, which are appealing to send to others.
Point of correction, I know about those, but it's not so much export general, it's sort of we consume. The sort of the tomatoes and sort of we're importing. One last point, and then we make a point when we get any closing remarks from Nana, she has them, and then we case close.
Because a point in support of exports, we are just not exporting for nothing. Exports is the movement of cash. Okay, so you export, you raise cash. In an economy as we have, the strength of your economy is measured by the reserve. You need foreign reserve to come in. You can only do that by exporting. So that is why it is very important for us to export. That does not mean that we should sacrifice our domestic market to be able to do that. Okay, that is, the US is the largest exporter of food products in the world. But how do you classify food? As an industrial sector. But the agribusiness sector is very, very vital. That is why it's also very important for us to take advantage.
Excellent. Last thoughts from Nana, on the question, just generally, what do you want to maybe to think about?
For me, it's about collaboration. So we have women here who are in food and agribusiness. The money is here. So I want to encourage everybody here who want to invest in Ghana. We have women in agribusiness doing this. This is not stories. They are actually doing it on the ground. So I would just encourage you to invest in the women in agribusiness in Ghana. If you want to do that, I'm your plug here. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think you get it out of there. The opportunity is there. A lot around collaboration. Those things you have, this is actually a good opportunity to get sort of network and about collaboration. So, Mr. MC, I think we did a little over 15 minutes, around 20, but you've had a good conversation. Thank you very much.
Round of applause to the panel. So insightful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just want to acknowledge by name the amazing farmers we have in Ghana. So please stand and give a wave by mentioning your name. Felicia Sinton. Please give a wave, round of applause. Faustina Aswan. George Ohuku Kudua. Nana Paju Awako. Kwame Alex. Nana Papada Bosu. Rita Barton Apaku. My eyes are on you, I apologize. Ramus Pay. Ramus, there you go, Ramus Pay. Richard, Eddie, Letitia, Yaki. Honestly, thank you for your service. You are literally feeding Ghana. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Our next panel is one on digitization. Let's get my into a quick swipe 1 second. Right, and we have our moderator. She knows, I think I'll talk about Ghana. She spent over 17 years of her career in senior corporate management roles in fast-moving consumer goods and manufacturing as well. So all the manufacturing questions, we may have one availability for one question to be asked. One, if we do it quick. So definitely think about that. And also media management as well. Please, round of applause for our moderator, Ajoba Chiama. Thank you so much. Round of applause. And this is on harnessing digitalization of social economic transformation in Ghana. A bit of a mouthful, but we'll get there.
Thank you very much. I've also been warned.
I'm sorry, 15 minutes.
I have to do 15 minutes. It's appreciated. It's not possible. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be standing on existing protocols and we'll certainly do a little bit of entertainment, but we'll try. I have a very interesting panel this morning, all of them with a lot of experience in digitalization in Ghana. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Samuel Kubik Mahama. He's already been on the stage earlier, but he's also on my panel. He's the MD of the Electricity Company of Ghana. He was preempting this panel discussion earlier on. He talked about a little about the Ghana BCG and digitalization. Next on my panel is Mr. Alex Brown, co-founder and CEO of Actel. Joanna Steele, Managing Director of DMAX Digital. Last but not the least, Malto Abraham, Group Director, Africa at Success. Sorry about that. So, in the last 10 years, or a little bit more, Ghana's infrastructure has significantly improved, and this is reflected in our robust internet, mobile, telephony, and broadband services. There's high internet penetration across the country. Almost everybody that has a phone has mobile money, so financial technology services is quite expensive. Such as we collect business and create networks, we promote trade to the UK and Ghana. We run our business planning survey. We've been doing this since 2019. And one of the top 5 business routes in Ghana has always appeared most improved over the past 5 years has been availability of technology. So obviously, we're doing something right in Ghana. I would like to start with the concept of even though you said already said a little bit about what ECG is doing, I would like you to talk about the current digital landscape in Ghana. Sector perspective, not ECG, or using ECG as a case.
Well, thank you once again. What I would say is, between 2003 and 2005. Just made a decision to go back 2005 and not return and start a company. We've been at it. We used to be the biggest value-added services company on the telcos, doing things like bulk SMS, mobile banking. We pioneered quite a lot of that. There were about 47 companies then. Peak of that was about 2015. Then we transitioned or pivoted to be a payment company. Today there are probably about 50 or so payment company, and we still are one of the biggest ones. Secret to Ghana, I think, is focus. It's focus. It's so easy to look at the problems in the country and just try and compare it to anywhere else. But there are also within that problem. I always tell people, whatever will bless you will first trouble you. And if you're looking for extreme blessings, you go to a country with the most troubles. And Ghana has our fair share of troubles. And the reason Haptel is shining is because we were able to work through these troubles. Look, if you let's put the troubles in data. 2013, if you had come to Ghana in 2013, I was just doing the numbers before, so I get it right for you, perfect right for you. In 2013, if you had come to Ghana, value of mobile money transactions was about 2.6 billion, which was about $2 billion at the time. 2023, guess what it is? 2023, we ended mobile money with $133 billion. That's almost 2 trillion cedis. Now, where in the world are you going to see that kind of growth over 10 years? You won't see that here with the 2% and the 4% that you're used to here, right? But you're only going to see it in a place with a lot of troubles and a lot of opportunities. Exactly. I mean, ECG, Dubik took over ECG, a very troubled company. He had friends. I mean, his friend was the National Security Corps. He used to laugh at him. Why do you want to sell electricity when I told you we should go and do security? You said you would go and sell it. But it was a very troubled company with his digital transformation agenda. Of course, the vice president sent me in there to start doing some preliminary work, and then, thank God, Dubik showed up, and with the understanding and the drive, he drew up a more elaborate digitization story. Within 6 months, ECG had turned from a company doing 450 million cedis of revenue, and we had crossed the 1 billion CD revenue. And that just goes to show that it also shows that there's a lot of strength in our economy, and I don't think we should underestimate the strength. Of course, you have millions of people who have pure love for their country and are just resilient, and they are pushing, and every day are pushing. And that is the result that we see in the data. And Haptel is just one of the many results. Yeah.
Wow. What an amazing testimony. So, in effect, what you're saying is that you have to be resilient and you've got to push. And it's a wonderful story. For people interested, I want to go back to Joanna. For people interested in investing in the tech space, I know that Alex, earlier on when he spoke, said, well, if you're looking for funding and you are here, really you should try and raise the money here. But what would you like to add to that? Because obviously if people want to invest in the tech space, they would be looking for financing.
I think there are loads of opportunities and there are loads of companies that are funding sort of tech startups in Ghana. So you've obviously got VC funding, in Gyro, Good Soil. You've got a lot of accelerators like MEST Africa, MasterCard Foundation. You know, there are a lot of organizations and companies that are investing in tech. You've also got high net worth individuals, and I think we don't tap in, the tech ecosystem doesn't tap into that enough. There are some sort of growing angel networks with high net worth individuals who can also invest into tech. And you've also got to understand that there's a growing visibility of Ghana, you know, outside of the diaspora. Sort of within America. I myself, I'm not Ghanaian, I am of Jamaican background, and so there's an interest of a lot of people within the sort of wider diaspora who are interested in investing in tech. I'll give you an example. When I first sort of started sort of my journey, I used to document every Wednesday my updates on social media about what I was doing, growing my business in Ghana. And I used to get a lot of people DMing me who were just interested in my story. And there's one particular gentleman who's now a friend of mine. He's from the US, and he's actually put together a consortium of people who are interested in investing into tech in Ghana. And he's always asking me about, you know, which companies to invest in. And it's not my expertise, but I know that the government is working on a crowdfunding act, which will sort of help facilitate those kind of investments that are kind of, you know, people that are really interested in investing in tech. If we think about sort of which sectors, so I think it was last year that agri-tech was received the most funding in terms of technology funding in Ghana. That was followed by logistics and transportation, fintech, health tech, and retail and commerce. So there are lots of opportunities and lots of industries that are benefiting from investment, and that investment is coming from VCs, but I think a lot more can be done to support high net worth individuals and angel networks to help fund that as well.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask Martha one question, and then I'll come to Sam. Digital education in Ghana to drive more inclusivity, what are your suggestions and what opportunities lie in that space?
Okay, there's plenty, but before I do that, I'll quickly touch on the investment point, right? So I would say there is a need for a lot more local people invested in local things in Ghana, because it sends a good message to the foreign investors who are coming in, right? So there's not enough like high net worth individuals invested in Ghana stuff. And the most difficult funding to raise is seed funding, right? So all of these VCs and stuff are doing pretty good investment, but nobody's investing at seed stage. So if your uncle has money, he could probably put some money in your business, right? But there's no system for him to do that. So I'll challenge the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce to start looking at something like the SEIS scheme that we have in the UK, where people get tax relief for investing at seed level. Those are like some of the big things that we could be doing to help tech startups, little guys in their garages doing funky things who would be the next Haptels of this world to do that. So that's my take on investment. But in terms of education, I think there is so much happening. The thing is, people don't know about it. So these kind of conferences happen on a big scale, right? Medina boy like me, I probably wouldn't find out, right? So my big thing will be to say some of the things that are already available, like Accra Digital Center, things happening with different programs run by banks and things like that, should be in the educational system, so secondary schools know about it. So you learn these things, because when I finished school, I didn't know these things existed, and these things are too big for us to get involved in. So that's how we get digital education to be a bit more bigger and broader in the ecosystem.
It's a wonderful thing that we have the Parliamentary Select Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism present. The chairman, the vice chairman, the ranking member, the deputy ranking member, the clerk as well is here, so she's taking notes. So yes, the information will go back to government, certainly. I would like to come to Alex, tell us a bit more about cybersecurity, you know, because I think when we talk about digitalization, sometimes alarm bells goes off in people's minds about how secure they are for that. So would like some assurance. And then when you're done, I'd come to Sam to talk about some of the challenges that have been flagged here, what the government is doing to close those challenges. And then we may take one question from the audience. Yes.
Yeah, so cybersecurity is been a huge concern. The thing with Ghana is, if you look at the data, a lot of services started really moving online aggressively during the pandemic between 2020 and 2021, and it showed in mobile money numbers. Between 2020 and 2021, we jumped from around $80 billion of mobile money transactions to 163 billion in 2021, and so that created a huge concern, and that's when we started seeing the explosion of social fraud, because the mobile money systems and the payment systems themselves are quite secure. The problem is the public education with people, and people are able to social engineer other people and take their money, for example, is a big concern. What I know the government has done is set up the Cybersecurity Authority. I know that authority is very new, but they've been working a lot with the industry to do that. There has also been a lot of regulation that has forced fintechs to up their game on cybersecurity. I don't know any regulated fintech that is not ISO 27001 PCI DSS certified. These are some of the highest security.
Because Bank of Ghana will make you jump through a lot of hoops before they give you a license.
They will make you do all of that. And so a lot of the companies that are regulated are actually very strong. What we need to do now as a country is to move beyond these companies into every company that has data online. And I think that is where we are lacking behind. But I know as the Cybersecurity Authority picks up steam, they'll bring along all the companies. An unfortunate thing happened when we were working with ECG, for example, because ECG is not a fintech, so who regulates ECG on ISO and all of that? And there was a ransomware attack that was engineered from inside the company, fried out their servers and all of that. But that risk was a huge risk that brought the company to, perhaps maybe Sam can talk more about it, but it brought the company to a near standstill, and these things are really real. So we need to double up beyond the fintechs and the payment systems being part of these cybersecurity protocols.
Thank you. Sam.
What was your question again?
So before you go to my question, you can add on to what you talked about.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
And then finally, I wanted you to talk about how the government of Ghana is addressing, because you're the only government representative on here, the challenges that they spoke about, because we don't want to scare away people who want to go into technology as a business.
Let's just say digitization is going to bring some level of transparency in every transaction and in every dealing that you're doing. And again, to talk about the ransomware attack, again, when people have something they want to protect, or people have something they don't want you to see, they are going to try everything possible to make sure that it disappears. Let's just say that's what happened to me. But the truth of the matter is, for a company like ECG, it could not be recording that kind of revenue. It was impossible. From my little mindset of running a business before I got into the chair, it was clear that the revenue of the company, there was something happening to it. Revenue doesn't plateau. There are always new customers. There are new innovations. So for you to tell me that on a monthly basis, this is my revenue, that meant somebody was sharing the money with me. So in my deep dive to make sure that I'm the only one receiving the money and the money was not being shared with anybody else, led to that kind of situation that we had. But as I said, I stand for the present and the future. It's not about what somebody was trying to do. So we just have a forward approach to it. We brought in our own CISO. We didn't have one then. We got a CISO in. We started vigorously to making sure that there's transparency in how people purchase power. There's one pipeline. There are not multiple pipelines. There are people that were vending electricity with no recourse to ECG. So they had a bottomless pit. They sell, they keep the money. We didn't know of them. So with all of these processes that we now put in place, we now know every vendor. We know how much you buy. We know how much you sell. We know our customers. We know how they buy, how they sell. So we have a proper trend analysis, and we can actually forecast. without all of these systems, I would never have been sad to know that within our winter season in Ghana is a massive loss of revenue for ECG because nobody is consuming power. But everybody is still expecting you to rake in the same level of revenue, but it's not possible. So all of these data crunches are stuff that we really need that would help us. Now, back to government. Government is on a conscious path to regularize this whole digitization process. Some people will say, oh, do we have our systems there yet? I will tell you, yes, they are. Even from the numbers of mobile money should tell you. I saw your system that there are, part of it is mobile money, isn't it? From here. I was just telling Alex that maybe probably he should allow people here to purchase electricity for people in Ghana. So
they are doing it.
Yeah,
online.
so you see, I even wanted to be the other way around. I said he should generate gift cards. We're just having that conversation right now. Look, the digital space allows for innovation. And the government itself, even GRA now, the GRA portal and how it's set up is beautiful. It's cloud-based, but it allows for some on-prem services for where the data is stored and all of that. One of the things we suffered when we had the ransomware attack was we didn't have, data wasn't stored. There was no proper backup. So we had to find a way to do something across board, some mathematics to make sure that every customer is okay. Government with what do you call them, the huge data center that they built, the one that is under NITA. Government under NITA is trying to make sure that there's a proper data center that is present to store the data and to provide services for each and every company in real time, those who cannot afford it. My thing is, maybe now it's not where we want it to be, but the more we use it, the more we are deliberate, the quicker we close the gap. Because for whatever development you are looking for, if you don't think outside the box, or you are not deliberate enough, you're not going to get there with the solutions. So, yes, government has put some measures in place. Will I say it's enough? No. Do I think some more work can be done? Yes. Do I still think that what we have now, we can still expand on? It's a big yes. And I think everybody, even from here, you can start something that can feed into the market. So please, support, come back, do whatever you have to do, and let's get this show on the road. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've run out of time. Fortunately, my panel members are here. So for the people in the audience that have questions, please walk up to them and you can then ask them the questions. So thank you very much.
First of all, can I just big round of applause for everyone on the stage? Thank you for telling the truth, because you know these investment summits, people come and just good news, good news, good news, and it means we can't address the issue, so you know what you're getting yourself into. We unfortunately don't have time for questions because we are running late. I want to make sure you have half an hour at least to get food, because the question will be 5 minutes, and that's 5 minutes less eating. So please do go through these two doors. There's a table in the middle. You can take food from both left and right. It's the same, yeah? So please eat quick because we've got half an hour, and then we've got a panel which is going to be phenomenal. It's all about diaspora, all about all you lovely people. And so please do come back, yeah? It will be quick maths, as Big Shaq says, quick maths. We'll be starting at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. It's 2:30 now. Please go and get your food. Come back here or next door and eat.
Sana ejane bechuti, ije ija mi me so much to wawati. Mana me daddy. I don't got any me can you have a war. Met me din namicha. Pizza. I go watch my deal. I want me be a see me buying. Semi Usumani money. Obey my own try. Obi so mommy say, never baba baby. Semi Usumani money. Obey my own try. Obi so mommy say, never baba baby. Semi Usumani money. Obey my own try. Obi so mommy say, never baba baby. Semi Usumani money. Obey my own try. Obi so mommy say, never baba baby. Semi Usumani money. Obey my own try. Obi so mommy say, never baba baby. Semi Usumani money. Obey my own try. Obi so mommy say. Sidwana Jufana Minko Mikoda. Yana Mafi Odo Iwano Nkomo. Sidwana Jufana Minko Mikoda. Yana Mafi Odo Iwano Mwabi. Bamenia. See you.
that doesn't go through a period of, waiting and hurdles. But we overcame the hurdles, and we are still overcoming those hurdles. I'm happy to say we've acquired some major banks in this industry. You can't just use any high street banks. You need these regulated, approved, safeguarded accounts. We've been able to acquire that on our own by the grace of God, and that's because of determination and resilience. And this is something that was said in, the video, I don't know, it's at the background, is showcasing what your money through OA Pay does to Ghana. And every country that we send money to, we are helping our communities. This is a work that OA Pay did by renovating a whole women's ward and providing them with beds, equipment that we use. And so we're not just, and I like what Valerie said, we use cars that are made from manufacturers, but those manufacturers are not African. Now, why don't we support our own? Why don't we support One Africa, OA Pay? Because OA Pay is not just getting your money for nothing. OA Pay is doing something that is going to boost our community, our countries. And we also did this also in Nigeria as well. So we're not also one-sided. We are planning to launch in 3 other countries by the grace of God. We are also doing more to invest in the remittance industry by increasing our license. We have, in the last 2 years, we have overperformed, and we are applying for higher license. We are applying for Europe as well, and we have partnership as well with an American entity. So it's not just UK, we also have partnership in USA as well. Now, I just want to thank God for the privilege to be here, because it's an opportunity to showcase what we can do together. And I know that maybe the statistics in the fintech for women is low, maybe because, women are, stigmatized, you're going to have children, you're not going to be able to perform very well. But I have 3 children. I'm a missionary, but I'm determined and I'm committed to this business, because I know in my success is the success of my country. And I just want to encourage whatever you can do. I'm also adding value to the UK economy here. I'm paying taxes. I also have, we have a sponsorship license. So I'm also adding value in the country that I'm in, UK. I've employed at least 2 people on a sponsorship license as well. So I'm not just only focused on Africa, I'm also boosting the UK economy in a little way or the other. So what my last, I know I have short time, I want to say what John F. Kennedy says, ask not what my country can do for me. Ask yourself, what can I do for my country? And we all need to have the same voice and be patriotic and do something for our country. Every day I see the poverty, I see the lack, and I still think there's more I want to do. And that is why I'm thankful for the privilege to speak here and to encourage all of us, let's invest. Thank you.
What a wow. And honestly, it shows how one individual can get an idea and say, you know what, I can create something really positive. And a lot of the challenges, most people think, I'm going to open a small store. She said, no, actually, I want to make a difference. I want to help people get money, to get capital, to build their dreams, fulfill their potential. So thank you for having the audacity to be great. Honestly, many of us shy away and hide away from our potential. Our last panel, dun, 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 is focused on the diaspora. Now listen, I just came back from LA and I was like, wow, black people are suffering. And they look at Ghana as the Mecca. It's easy money, but also it's easy validation. Why? Because they want to be felt like they connect to their homeland. They want to feel loved. They want to know what was my name before the worst situation that happened to us. So we have opportunity not only to build connections with diaspora, which I think our president has done very, very well, but number 2 is how can we help get their viewpoint, their perspective, and their capital to come and invest in Ghana and help us solve our problems. And that way, you can also help other black countries that are suffering as well. Look at the state of Haiti right now. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. So this whole panel and discussion is also about the diaspora. We're going to be focusing on, if I could just, let me turn my page 1 second. We're going to have the diaspora's role in investing in Africa. So this is what the individual, what the family can do. When Ghanaians have access to opportunity, they thrive. Honestly, man's like Stormzy was in Croydon. Look at him now. Opportunity and investment. Now, we have a moderator who is a founder of Adina Network, and this network is an advisory firm which bridges the gap between international markets and Africa. I mentioned that $4 billion that goes to Ghana every year. Imagine what we could do if we said, you know what, rather than pay our nephew's school fees, we build a whole school. We set the curriculum that will make them step out from and be able to compete with a guy in China, a guy in Korea, because we set the curriculum. We know what the international market wants. We have that power. So this discussion is going to be focused on the diaspora. Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Terry Afram. And Terry's going to introduce the panel. I will let him have the pleasure. Let me do my time.
A global member-based platform to inspire, educate, and connect the diaspora to investment opportunities in Africa, right? But I've made it, obviously, before I get into all of this, I've made it a habit that whatever panel I'm on or whatever speaking engagement, next thing on my list is to indeed thank the founders of this amazing platform. We are privileged as Adina to partner with the amazing Linda and the amazing Paul Akwaba, right? These are the founders of Access Media, and indeed they deserve a big round of applause. A big round of applause. And it's platforms like these that give you both the knowledge and the network to actually indeed plug in to the continent, right? So I think they deserve another round of applause. Excellent. And last but definitely not the least, a big thank you to you to sticking behind and being here with us. It's been a long day, but you have shown that you're the most committed people that really want to make money in the motherland and for the motherland. So a big round of applause for yourself. As mentioned earlier, my name is Terry Afram, and I'm the founder of Adina, a global member-based platform to allow you to invest in Africa as the global African diaspora, right? And so why are we here? What's the real reason why we're here? Right? If you listen to the African Union and the OECD, in order to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals in Africa, Africa needs an additional 194 billion USD on an annual basis in order to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, right? So public capital is not going to be enough in order for Africa to meet its needs, its development needs, right? We need more private capital in the system in order to meet real development goals, right? And so that's why we're here, to mobilize, educate, and inspire people like yourself and myself to invest in the motherland. I am Ghanaian, very Ghanaian, as you can see, I guess, but I was born and raised in Amsterdam. 2 Ghanaian parents from Kwilu, to be precise. Anyone from Kwilu? Always a shout out? Yes, shout out to people from Kwilu. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is indeed there's 160 million diasporans around the globe that indeed all have both the ability and the willingness to indeed invest in the motherland. And that's why these kinds of conferences are so important, for you to get the knowledge, but also the network to actually invest, right? As I said, born and raised in Amsterdam, I used to be an investment banker with Goldman Sachs, and then via London as an investment banker in M&A, I moved to Johannesburg to do African deals. Then got into Ghana as the country director at Jumia, the first African tech unicorn, valued over $1 billion USD, which we IPO'd in 2019, right? I, as a diasporan, born and raised in Amsterdam, was able to move back to the continent to add value, to invest both my human and my financial resources to the development of both the region, but also myself, right? Africa is a beautiful place where you can both make good impact, but also very good money. Amen? Exactly, right? And so that's why we're here. Like me, there is illustrious diasporans that are gonna join me on stage and are gonna share their path into how they are investing in the motherland. So without further ado, the first one on the list that I'd like to invite is someone that's called Ambassador Edward Boateng. Ambassador Edward Boateng is the executive chairman of Global Africa. Indeed, a big round of applause. And Edward Boateng's career reflects a dynamic blend of corporate expertise, entrepreneurial spirit, and public service. He began at Coca-Cola. On my right, please. Thank you very much. Another big round of applause. Mr. Boateng, or Ambassador Boateng, began his career at Coca-Cola and later joined CNN, where he spearheaded the network's expansion in Africa. As the founder of Global Media Alliance, one of the biggest media houses that we have on the continent, he established media assets across TV, radio, and cinemas, and helped pioneer Ghana's first commercial mall, the Accra Mall. I'm sure we've all been to the Accra Mall. His public service includes serving as Ghana's ambassador to China and as Director General of SIGA. Now he's back in the private sector and continues to leverage his extensive experience to drive innovation and growth across various industries. A big round of applause. The next one on my list has already been on stage. It's the one and only Tracy Abiola. Tracy is the director at OAPay, an FCA-regulated international money transfer company, and OAPay prides itself to deliver fast, efficient, and the most competitive rates within the market with no hidden fees or charges. A big round of applause. The next one on my list is someone that most of the diasporans know, right? It's a lady that used to be called the chief side hustler. She's a big entrepreneur. I dare say, not anyone in this room that has more businesses than Lorraine Boateng, the founder of Diaspora to Home. A big round of applause. So Lorraine Wright Boateng, MBE, is a British-born Ghanaian, a multifaceted businesswoman, tech professional, community advocate, speaker, moderator, and content creator. Right? She's the youngest director at UBS, worked at Accenture, was the commercial lead for Grow For Me, a big agricultural company in Ghana, has a nail saloon in Ghana, Leona Nails, worked at Meta as regional lead, etc., 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 etc. A big round of applause. Then the next one on my list is the last, but definitely not the least. Right? How many of you know that indeed Africa has a big competitive advantage in agriculture? By hands. Yes. Africa has 60% of the world's arable land and has the potential to indeed be feeding the world. However, we don't do as much. But there's one entrepreneur that smelt the money and smelt the way to get the monies into Africa by virtue of exporting these products. This is none other than Eugene Ayisi. He's the founder of Dominion Capital, and Dominion Capital is a global commodities firm with a decade's worth of experience in supplying multinationals and SMEs. Dominion Capital specializes in the trading of raw cashew nuts, cashew kernels, fresh lime, exotic fruit, tea, coffee, fresh herbs, and avocado. Eugene's mission is to become one of the world's largest Black African-owned trading companies in fresh and raw products in the world. He's active in Kenya, Tanzania, hold on. He's active in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, South Africa, Guinea-Bissau, Vietnam, and Singapore. Our next billionaire. A big round of applause. As I said, this is the most amazing panel that we have today, and I'm sure you agree. So today we're diving into the stories of these diasporans that all were able to indeed invest in Africa. And we're beginning with Ambassador Edward Boateng. A very warm welcome. You've had an illustrious career in the West with big firms like CNN and Coca-Cola, but you decided to move back to Africa. First as an employee, then as an employer, and then even as a public sector leader, as an ambassador to China. Take us through your journey and why did you move back, and what really inspired your moves to move back and to move into different respective sectors?
Thank you very much, Terry, and also thank you to Paul, the organizers for giving me the opportunity. I guess our 20 minutes starts now, right? Because already 10 minutes gone. Anyway, I think for me it was about what Yofi said. It was about impact and creating impact and making sure that you were able to leave something behind. Now, when I started out with Coca-Cola, Africa was not a fashionable address. I guess I'm probably one of the oldest in this room. But today, Africa is a fashionable address. So it's easier to do business. I always tell friends jokingly that when I joined Coca-Cola from CNN, because with Coke, I was working in the US market, but traveling to Africa. Then the opportunity with CNN came, and I went home and told my then girlfriend that, hey, Mikoye Jumo CNN. Said, what are you going to do? Almost in Africa. She left me. Said, you're not serious. No. But why did I join CNN at that time? I met the founder of CNN, Ted Turner, and arguably he was one of the trailblazers of his time. I mean, mobile phones, 24-hour television, a lot of the things that we're experiencing now that we take for granted. They had those ideas in those days. I'm talking the early 90s. And he said to me that I want people in Africa to watch television. When I was leaving Africa, we barely had TV, to be honest. And most television stations were black and white. They came on at maybe 6 p.m. and by 12, 10 o'clock, they were off air. And now you've me. That was how TV was. So I figured, how is he going to do it? He said, that's where the opportunity is. Go back to your continent, and we're going to use television to educate people, to entertain people, and most importantly, use it as a developmental tool. So I'd never really thought in that regard. But then I was very passionate about Africa, living in Atlanta at that time. And I had a discussion with a friend. He said, you go there, and as Tracy said, what can you do? Know what your country can do for you. And at this CNN became, one of the big developmental tools, not only in Africa, but around the world, changing how information was disseminated, changing how people thought about the world. And in fact, we made the world come closer because something was happening in Ghana. You could watch it real time in other countries. And that's how this whole advent of mobile phones and other things started developing. They were the ones who started it. Now, having been at CNN for a while, then struck me that, I was traveling a lot around Africa, so I saw the opportunities and I saw the challenges. But then I said to myself one day, I could be doing this for myself, because I realized that if I could put CNN and make it 24 hours in Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, why can't I do it for myself? And the thing was, what do you do for yourself? Africa's voice on the market at that time was very, very small like that. So I went to my boss one day and said, I want to start an African program. And the first African program, in those days, they said, nobody in Africa is going to, African programs won't make money. And I said to them that, why won't it make money? Because we were consuming basketball, consuming baseball, consuming American entertainment. So why can't we do it for ourselves? So I said to him that I will fund the Africa program with my own money. So that was the beginning of CNN Inside Africa. And I'm proud to say that it's the longest running program ever on CNN, up to date. My biggest regret, though, and I tell the young people here, look at the money. Don't only look at the passion. In those days, I could have said to CNN that I'm signing this as my own. I did it and I gave it to them. And that, I look back and I say, wow, what a waste. So, Tracy, the money is important. You said something that don't look at the money. Please look at the money. Please look at the money. Because all of us in this room, there's one thing that brings us together. We want to make a difference, but you can't make a difference without the money. So I think it's important that you focus on the money. Now, if I had focused on the money, I would have asked them that, how do I also make money from it? But my passion at that time was I wanted to put my continent, and I don't regret doing that. Because from CNN, MultiChoice, which was then also a very small company, said, we want to do African programs. So we started going to Nigeria to buy movies and trying to set them up. And today, Nollywood is a big employer, not only in Nigeria, but around the world. But if I tell you how it started off by us doing small things. So what the African diaspora can do is that, one, you need to find the money. All of you sitting around, you cannot go to Ghana with only your passion. You need to find the money. And finding the money could be the guy or the person who sat next to you in class. You know, you need to find those networks. For me, it helped me. In some places, I used some of the people I knew. When I went to Ghana, I was fortunate to get people like Yofi, who were them in the investment banking sector. But you need to find the people with the money. Don't joke that you can go to Ghana and be the best farmer without money. It won't happen. You know.
I think that's excellent advice. I hate to cut you there, but I think that's excellent advice. Find the money and think about the money, and then make more money, right?
I would like to see some of you in this room aspire that you're going to be the, I like it when they said it's an African billionaire. Because to be a billionaire, as what Africa's richest man told me one day, I want an African to wake up and eat my rice or use my spaghetti or use my cement. And that is how you make the money. That is what will drive you.
That's it. Excellent. Big round of applause. Eugene, I think it's very applicable to go to you right now. Are you thinking of the money?
It's always been about the money.
I do definitely appreciate that. And as I said, Africa is the place where you can make both impact and money, and I think you're making both, right? So, as many people may know or may not know, I think you used to be in politics in the UK, right? An illustrious young man that was, was making strides in politics in the UK, but then decided to come back to the motherland to invest in agriculture. Walk us through that journey.
So that journey started a long time ago before I started politics here, because I was actually born in Ghana. My dad, he's from Subrin Kwanta, and my mum's side, we're from Mampong. And my grandfather, he's always been in trade. I think those of you who are old enough to remember the stories I'm told, they had a pharmaceutical factory called Bikai, and they, I think they supplied medicines to the hospitals in Kumasi area. So I grew up around that. So as it would happen, you sojourn to greener pastures to see what it has for you. So I fell into politics here, and after a while as a policy advisor for the then Labour Party, the centre of the Labour Party during Blair's time, I might add, let me clarify that part. And then when Labour left government in 2010, I decided to set up Dominion Capital. And how it came about was during a policy conference like this. A friend of mine, Verinda Chowdhury's dad was Indian, but they lived in Sweden. And he said to me, Eugene, you're from Africa, aren't you? I said, yes, I am from Africa. He goes, Ghana specifically? He goes, yes. You have this thing that I want. I said, what is it? He goes, palm kernel. I was like, yeah, we use it to make soup. No, not that one. The shell. So I said, what do you want the shell for? We throw it away. Because I remember being young, once they've made the soup or whatnot, the shell, they throw it away and they burn it. So he said, no, we need that for biomass instead of diesel. Can you get me some? Well, I said, I think I can. So I remember at the time, I called my granddad and said, look, I've met this man, this is what he wants, can we get it? He goes, yeah, we can. Are you sure? I'm like, yeah, this is what I flew to Ghana, met with the skepticism. My grandmother said, Eugene, are you sure you're not doing drugs? I was like, no, honestly, this is what the man wants. So they packed it, dried it, put it in jute bags, got a container, sent it to Sweden. Got paid, then I realized, what am I doing working for anybody with one container? and that was in 2011. And in that conversation with my friend's dad, realized there was a whole industry that benefited from Africa in a way in which we didn't have the knowledge. So that piqued my interest to say, what else? So then, from whether it's cassava, dry cassava, whether it's cashew nuts, I didn't even know the husk of the cashew nuts, what they used to make road, like, tar the road. They use that. You can use the husk of the cashew nuts. Once you deshell it, they mix it, and that's what they used to make the... So my mind opened up straight away. And having schooled here, having the contacts, having friends with the money, a friend of us that we actually know, Mr. Jordan White, I sat up and said, listen, this is what we earn here. In 2 months, if we ship this from this country to this country, I think we can triple our salaries. He goes, it's not possible. I was like, let's try and see. We've never looked back since.
Wow.
So that preceded us from going from Ghana initially, but then transportation costs from where we were taking it to bring it became too expensive. We moved to Nigeria, to Guinea-Bissau, to Kenya, Uganda, and then we just kept on going and going and going.
That's amazing. So you saw the money, you follow the money.
Still following it.
That is excellent. That is excellent. I'll go to your left. A big round of applause indeed. Yes, Lorraine Wright Boateng, MBE, serial entrepreneur. Yes. What has inspired money, or was it something else? And indeed, what would be your advice for someone else that is in the diaspora doing well, because you were doing really well in the West, to still find a way to pack your bags and come to Africa?
Wow. Thank you, firstly, Terry. And my background from a professional standpoint has always been in the project management space. So I've been used to working on a project and moving on to another project. So I think that's where that kind of innate ability to kind of start something, move on to something else has been, right? But I've always been like that child in a sweet shop, where you go into a sweet shop and you see so many opportunities, you just want to grab everything, right? That's kind of been me, but I've learned to kind of focus a little bit more now. That's where I am now. But for me, I had that one uncle that they have businesses, they're doing everything. I remember him coming home one day and he had this coin. And this coin was one of those coins that was like, like multi-level marketing type things where you're trying to sell you a coin, and I'm like, what's this? But that kind of passion for business and passion for trying something new, not knowing if it's going to work or not, came from that. Right, so for me, I've tried a few different things in Ghana. As you said, right, started a nail salon, started a fleet Ghanaian. There's opportunities for you to network, to connect with other people that have the money, like it's been said here, and be able to just go out there and try new things. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. A big round of applause as well. All right, so I'll come to Tracy. Indeed, so as seen and as mentioned, the diaspora is making quite a bit of money in the diaspora, right? Typically, the diaspora is above averagely educated, right? So, proper educated, and it's also making more money by the, every next generation, right? And many of these monies, indeed, find their way back to the continent in the form of diaspora remittances, as I earlier mentioned, right? In 2010, the diaspora sent back over 37 billion USD to the motherland, to Africa. In 2019, 87 billion USD, 87 billion USD. In 2021, 95.6 billion USD. And in 2022, already over 100 billion USD, right? And if, we are to believe President Adesina, the president of the African Development Bank, the diaspora is Africa's largest financier at the moment, right? So the diaspora sends more money back than both aid is sent back in aid, ODA, and FDI, foreign direct investments, together. Right? Now, you started a financial remittances firm, right? There's many issues with regards to financial remittance to Africa, right? Typically, we spend more money on, remitting our monies to our region than many of the other regions have to pay. What is OAPay doing to facilitate an easier and more frequent transaction from the diaspora into Africa to indeed aid development?
Thank you for the question. So what OAPay is doing and will be doing is to make sure we also focus on the diaspora. And I know in the UK we have supermarkets that do, rewards. And, if you shop, you get rewarded for the shop and you accrue loyalty points and all that. So one of the avenues we are implementing, we're going to be revamping our application to encourage more of the diaspora. So we're also thinking about the diaspora. Sometimes we forget it's only about the recipient receiving it and being better off, but we want to add value to the person sending. So as you use our platform, it's like send and earn. So we are rewarding them for sending, and at least you can say at the end of the year, I can see that I'm being, you're creating a community, making sure that you're supporting your senders. We are also acquiring more licenses across Europe. That is our plan as well. And also partnership, collaboration is very, very vital in this space. And just to correct what I said about you don't need money, but it has to be passion first, then you source the money. Now, to scale in our industry, you do need money. And don't let anyone feel you like, oh, Uncle said, you do need money. So as I'm standing here, we also need investors, people that believe in our vision. But the difference with us is that, like you said, it's somebody around you that is willing to invest in you. So I can see the support I've had is through partnership with people that I speak to, networking like this. You can see that somebody is willing to support you. Some people have supported our platform by just allowing us to terminate without any fees for 3 months, that kind of thing. So they may have not given me money, but they have supported my vision. So we as One Africa is acquire more licenses, because the higher the licenses we have, the more money we can transmit through our app. We're also building features that can enhance and make speed efficient also on the platform. Security is also very important in our industry, and making sure compliance. The regulation is changing very rapidly in our industry, so we're making sure that we're also focusing on security of our senders, making sure that their transactions are being, taken care of well, and not just, the risk that a lot of Africans too do not like to use the platform because they're thinking my information is going to be shared. No, we have a regulation, data protection. We don't share information like that. We are,
You're safe and discreet.
Exactly.
Excellent.
And the one thing we've also noticed is that most of our senders now are from the ages of 35 onwards. So it's actually the youth that are actually transmitting money. So I think people are investing more into Africa, and what we also want to encourage that people to use that platform, because at least we know the receivers are also now going to be companies that are receiving the money, because you can't just, a lot of people do the backdoor remittance, but we want to channel and encourage people to use the platforms so that we can know that when the recipients are receiving it, they're also paying taxes at the back end. So both countries are benefiting.
That is excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thank you. Excellent. So yes, I'm back. We're going back to indeed Ambassador Boateng, right? So Ambassador Boateng indeed also used to be, okay, I'm in extra time right now. Yeah. Ambassador Boateng used to be the ambassador of Ghana to the People's Republic of China, right? And China is one of the countries that has leveraged extensively its diaspora towards development. What are ways and means in which we could learn as a country or as a region from China in terms of leveraging our diaspora towards development?
It's unfortunate that our parliamentarians are out and most of the politicians, but I can see my senior brother now coming out at the back. Government has to give the diasporans space. There are lots of opportunities. In China, they gave them the space, and sometimes they even gave them the money, because a lot of diasporans would go with the passion, they have the knowledge, they have the innovation, but they need to be given the space to operate, and you realize that their output quadruples and triples, and whatever government puts in, they get it back. So I think it should also be a conscious government policy that we want this sector of our industries to be controlled by our own. And our own means that you have to bring people who know how. And we're not the first people leveraging the diasporans. The United States was built by the Brits who went over there. Australia was built by the Brits who went over there. India was built by their diasporans, and so was China, so was Singapore, and all these countries. So we need to recognize the value of our own people. If remittances from our people amount to, let's say, 4 billion or 5 billion, the number that has been thrown out. And for the last 3 years, we have been stuck on $3 billion from the World Bank. I ask myself, what should the conversation be? Should we not be coming to you?
Amen.
But to come to you, we have to also create the space.
Very true.
So we need to look at those things holistically and say, what can we do? Because if you come to Ghana today, most of our success stories are all diasporans who have come back to set up their own businesses.
Excellent.
National ID card. The Vice President gives a lot of examples. And most of our success stories are the private sector led. And who is in the private sector? It's Ghanaian. So if somebody has been able to give every single Ghanaian a national ID within 2-3 years, it should be the policy of government that this person should be doing it for 1 billion Ghanaians.
Excellent. And I hope that the government is indeed
that's what we should be
taking
doing.
notes. Yes, I hate to cut you again, but indeed, I'm getting glances left and right, so I have to. Yes, but thank you so much.
You're going to give us another 10 minutes.
Yes, I hope so indeed. Yes, I'll go back to indeed Eugene, right? So obviously the agricultural value chain is long, right? There's different things that, make for the agricultural value chain. And one of the biggest problems that we have had on the continent with regards to, agriculture have been around distribution, but also conservation, right? But there's many other things, right? Even the distribution and being able to sell the produce, etc. What particular part of the agricultural value chain do you think is most conducive for the diaspora to tap into, and why?
I think even before that, as the ambassador was saying, we need space. Honestly, as a Ghanaian, we're in like 8 different countries. We have about 68 members of staff. And my only staff I have in Ghana is Kwame, my driver. Because at the time we wanted to engage in Ghana, there was not that space. That's not the case in Kenya. That's not the case even in Guinea-Bissau. But the painful thing is Ghana has everything. Absolutely everything. I said to you earlier today, I might be a bit late. I was on a call to Sainsbury's. They saying Ghana Sugarloaf is the sweetest pineapple you can find anywhere else.
It's true, very true.
Better than the MD2 from Costa Rica.
Fully
better
agree.
than anything you can get. But their challenge is, how do they find a partner
Just reliant.
they can rely on, that if they're saying they want 20 containers a week, eyes closed, Tilbury port, it will be there every week. The infrastructure doesn't yet exist, and there's only so much the private sector can do. Honestly, like China, government need to maybe pick 20 industries, pick a founder, stand side by side, and let's take on the world.
Excellent.
That's the only way it works.
That's the only way.
That is literally the only way it works. And then everything else comes behind that.
Perfect.
It doesn't even have to be me, just somebody.
Excellent.
But
Well, it'll be
also,
good to
coming
see.
back to your question in terms of diaspora, there's so many. So we talk about remittances. I can buy a container of avocado from Kenya in 2 seconds using an app to the supplier. 5 days is in my pack house, 25 days is in London. So there's the technology aspect of it. There's the farmer, there's the seedlings, the boxes where we pack the produce. You can make the boxes. You can even be a graphic designer that designs the boxes, because here, marketing sells. If you sell it in a plain box, you sell for cheaper. If you sell it in a design box, like my pineapples, you'd be shocked. I sell them for £11 a box once it lands in the UK. In Ghana, it's 3 cedis, 50 peso per kg. Do the maths.
Those are good margins.
Do the maths.
Let's talk afterwards. Actually, let's have a good conversation afterwards.
There is shipping. There is shipping, of
Yeah.
course. There is room for someone to make the shipping process easier. Digitize it.
Digitize it. All right.
Do we have to call 10 agents to be able to get something from, from Ebri to Tema. It's digitized. There are so many things you can do alongside. You don't have to do agriculture in itself.
So what I'm basically hearing from you is facilitating these transactions by virtue of technology.
And it makes it cheaper.
That's excellent.
It makes it a lot cheaper for us to be able to export. For my sins, we're starting Ghana this year.
Oh wow!
So
finally, yes, a good round of applause.
So if there are anybody in this space that feels to help and tackle the issues that we have, please get in touch, because we have to make it work, because we have everything. We just need to just make it work.
And we will make it work.
We have to.
In the name of Jesus, amen?
Amen.
All right, in 1 minute, I've been getting glances, 1 minute, literally 1 minute from you, indeed, and then afterwards the 1 minute from indeed Tracy. But from, indeed, Lorraine Wright-Brotting, you have many hats, right? And you have had many businesses. Which of the businesses for you was the most successful, or has been the most successful, and what would be advice for anyone investing in that particular industry?
Partnerships is my biggest advice. Secondly, I'll talk about what's going to be the most successful. Everybody know who Kofi Anku is? I'm partnering with him right now on a new business, which is where people can actually own property fractionally. So enabling people to start buying property with as minimum as $5,000, and we're getting tremendous demand already in this space. So that is going to be the most successful. So if anybody wants to find out more, please do come and speak to me. But in 1 minute or less, my biggest advice is partnerships. And I'm thanking God that Eugene is back, because we had a conversation 2 years ago and he said, no, I'm not working with any Ghanaians. I feel embarrassed sitting next to him because he asked me for a container of pineapples and we couldn't deliver. With Grow For Me, but hopefully we'll be able to have that conversation again. We're ready.
Excellent, excellent. And then the last question to indeed Tracy Abiola, a quick word of advice for any diasporan here that is trying to indeed set up a business that indeed also benefits or leverages its knowledge here in the West to indeed be of value to Africa. A last piece of advice for the beautiful diasporans in this beautiful room.
Thank you. I would say take that step. Life is full of risk. There's something that may be holding you back. Just don't hold back. And collaboration is partnership. It could be your uncle, it could be your brother you're talking to. Tell them your ideas. Don't keep it to yourself. And don't stay around dream killers.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think this was the most amazing panel of the day, and I want to thank you for your attention. And I look forward to seeing each and every one of these diasporans in the room invested in Africa. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Round of applause. Round of applause. Round of applause. Gems were dropped. My gosh, and often, as I said, people overlook the diaspora. They think, oh, you know, you're not in Ghana, what do you know? You're young, what do you know? But look at what youth and diasporans have produced. Employment. The closing remarks, I just want to do a little bit advertising for myself. So, Michael's back on the scene. Ooh, I like that. Just echo. Michael's back on the scene. I'm speaking to myself in third person. I'm back. I took a little break from hosting, but you know, it's always good to be self-employed. So Michael's back. I do weddings, I do christenings, I do divorces. So I'm joking. Joke I do make now. Joke. No, I do mostly do business events, but I also do entertainment events as well. I can really dance. Paul has seen my nonsense on stage. So all I'm saying is if you go to ml-q.com, all my details are there. You can book me to I'll just stay in your house and just give good vibes. I'm happy to do that. Just, make people laugh, do a little two-step in your house, all good. But I promoted myself, I've done enough talking. The person who's going to close out this event, I said, has the gift of the gab, but the CV to match and the style of a Savile Row tailor. Because knowledge and all the gateways to open or close. Because that.
Even more convinced in my mind that the world's economic problems as of today will be solved by Africa and by Africans. I mean, I've said that on many platforms. I said that in Davos, and I got all sorts of looks. But they all came back to come and ask me, okay, what did you mean? What does it mean, etc., etc. But we've seen a good microcosmic example of what that power is, right here on the stage in the previous panel, in the last panel. I think Ghana has taken the lead once again on the African continent in trying to harness the power of the diaspora. We today have what we call the Homeland Bill, which is a regulatory framework that will enable the diaspora to be constructively engaged. And then there's the diaspora policy document, which actually also, again, sort of defines a regulatory framework within which the diaspora can engage. It's always been a difficult thing. But I'll tell you something very interesting. Today, if you go into the Ghanaian government, about 75% of all those fried rice. Yes. Fried rice. They don't carry the fried rice from China, but they've exported the culture to the extent that everybody now eats fried rice and they know it comes from China. Just like how we're doing that jollof. Yes. So it's a powerful tool for linking and for linkages. Now I got here from a European tour where we went through France, Germany, Switzerland, and Rome. And I was even much more encouraged because I saw a new diaspora. I saw a diaspora that is aggressive to take whatever they've learned, wherever they've gone, back home and use it constructively to build a new Africa. In Germany, they had at least 12 chapters. And I was surprised, after the 12 chapters, 8 of them had built schools, computer labs, some clinics, all in Ghana. So we understand that what you need is the courage and the faith that you can go and do things. It's not easy. It's not easy jumping out of your comfort zone to go to the challenges of Africa. But a billionaire friend of mine once told me, the only reason why I'm a billionaire is that I saw a problem and I provided a solution. And so as you're thinking of taking that bold step of going back, you will see the problems, but provide the solutions because you have the benefits of living elsewhere where the batteries are dying hard. So you're looking at constructive in the future. You can't just enjoy it, you have to take it. Another friend of mine who was the Africa director at the World Bank, who was British, he was Irish, said something to me about 15 years back. Yeah, it stuck in my mind. He said, you know, the Africans are amazing people. Yeah, no, it's crazy. So, you know, when you look at all the nations that work at the UN, in the World Bank, the Koreans always make sure that they take the best of the workers provided by these institutions back to Korea. The Chinese do the same. The Europeans do the same. But when the Africans come here, they work for everybody else, not for themselves. And he just couldn't understand it because he was African director.
We can switch now.
And he was saying, he doesn't understand it. But it took me back to what my godfather, when I was very young, said to me. And he said, he also, well, he was a colonialist. And he said something very interesting. When I was very young, about 6, 7 years, I never understood it. He said the same thing, Africans are amazing. That's why. He said Africans think with their hearts. And he left it there. And I was around 6, 7, so I didn't know what part of the body was responsible for thinking. Until I grew up, and I realized that this is your head used to think. Why did he say Africans think with their hearts? We are all Africans here. I'm sure you understand exactly what it is. But I want you, having had the benefits of transformative, living and benefit of success, to take that success back home and to teach our people that beyond our hearts are our brains. We can do it. We can do it. And I keep saying, it's not by accident that Ghana is in the center of the world. I think God put us there for a purpose. And Ghana has driven a lot of stuff in Africa, from, like I said, political emancipation of the continent, to today trying to drive industrialization and transformation of the continent. When I go around and I speak to investors, I always say that the Ghanaians who live in the countries that I go to are our best connections and ambassadors back home. Because you understand, you work here, you live here, form the part